The mind doesn't shut off just because the lights do. You lie down, close your eyes, and suddenly everything you've been avoiding all day begins to speak louder. Unfinished thoughts, vague worries, past conversations, future plans. It's not noise from the outside that keeps you awake anymore, it's the noise within. But there is another way to drift into sleep, not by numbing or distracting yourself, but by gently quieting the mind with ideas that calm, not stimulate, with wisdom that doesn't demand attention but invites reflection. Philosophy at its core isn't about complexity, it's about clarity. It's the ancient art of stepping outside the chaos and remembering what truly matters. And some of the most powerful traditions, Stoicism, Minimalism, and the wisdom of solitude, offer exactly what we crave at night: stillness. Stoicism teaches us to stop trying to control what's never been ours to control. How much anxiety is born from our desperate need to force outcomes, to predict what happens next, to fix what won't be fixed. The Stoics didn't numb themselves, they simply accepted reality without clinging to it. Letting go is not weakness, it's not giving up, it's making peace with life as it is. And in that peace, the mind begins to soften, the tension loosens its grip. You begin to see that effort is not always the answer, and that sometimes sleep arrives only when you stop trying so hard to chase it. But there's also a deeper layer to stillness, solitude. Not loneliness, not isolation, but the powerful kind of aloneness that philosophers like Nietzsche, Emerson, and Schopenhauer spoke of. Solitude isn't something to run from, it's something to lean into. In solitude, we're no longer performing. We're no longer shaped by the noise of other people's opinions or expectations. And in that quiet, we remember who we are. At night, when the world finally stops talking, solitude becomes a gift. It lets you return to yourself. It allows the deeper parts of you to be heard, softly, patiently, without judgment. Then there's minimalism, not just in possessions, but in thought. The mind is often cluttered, not because life is too full, but because we refuse to let go of what no longer serves us. The philosophy of less is more is about clearing mental space, about removing unnecessary burdens, unimportant comparisons, and the pressure to always be more. Minimalism is a form of psychological decluttering, and as the noise fades, clarity takes its place. You begin to feel lighter, calmer, ready to rest. This video is a place to lay all of that down, to stop carrying what you don't need, to let go of control, embrace solitude, and find peace in simplicity. As you close your eyes, let these ideas guide you, not to do more, but to let go, not to resist, but to surrender. Let philosophy be your quiet companion tonight. Let it soften the noise in your mind and slowly, gently lead you back to rest. Have you ever pushed a door marked pull, and for a frustrating moment, found yourself stuck outside looking in? In that brief second, you're at odds with the very mechanics of how things work. Now imagine if that wasn't just a door, but your approach to life. The world we live in today praises the go-getters, the shakers, the ones who make things happen. But what if I told you that the secret to inner peace and outer success doesn't lie in the force of effort, but in the graceful art of letting things unfold? This isn't about inaction, it's about a strategic effort, the kind that aligns with the rhythm of the universe rather than scrambling against it. At first glance, this might sound like a call to passive existence, an invitation to drift aimlessly on the tides of fate. But as we'll see, there is a profound strength in understanding the difference between effort and force, between taking action and trying to control the uncontrollable. This is the Stoic perspective, a philosophy that has stood the test of millennia, still as relevant now as it was in the days of the Roman Empire. But who were these Stoics, and what have they taught us about effort and force? Stoicism is not merely a set of doctrines but a way of life, a blueprint for living in harmony with nature's laws and our own inner virtues. The Stoics, including great minds like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus, were not concerned with academic debates but with practical wisdom. They believed in the power of reason, the importance of virtue, and the acceptance of fate. Consider Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor, who by day led legions and governed an empire, and by night penned reflections that would become immortalized in his meditations. He writes, "Do not waste what remains of your life in speculating about your neighbors, unless it is to effect some good for them. No, rather, while there is still time, go within and weigh up your own measure." Here, in the quiet recesses of his thoughts, Marcus Aurelius reminds us of the futility of trying to force our will upon the world. Instead, he invites us to turn inward, to cultivate our character, and to let our efforts flow from a place of inner alignment with nature's course. Or take Seneca, the statesman and philosopher, who observed the ebb and flow of fortune with the keen eye of a scholar and the heart of a poet. He mused, "Fate leads the willing and drags along the reluctant," encapsulating the essence of our topic today. What a striking image, that of life's currents, either gently guiding us or forcefully pulling us along. Seneca's words encourage us to discern when to exert effort and when to yield, to understand that there is a time to row with all our might, and a time to raise our oars and let the river carry us forward. This distinction between effort and force is critical. Effort is aligned with purpose and direction. It's rowing downstream, moving with the current of our own nature and the nature of the world. Force, on the other hand, is rowing against the tide, exhausting ourselves in the vain attempt to bend the river to our will. The former is rooted in wisdom and strength, the latter in a misunderstanding of our place within the grand tapestry of existence. But how does one distinguish between the two? How do we know when to strive and when to surrender? This is the crux of our exploration today. It's about understanding the signs of force, the tension in our bodies, the frustration in our minds, the sense of fighting an uphill battle against the relentless forces of life. It's also about recognizing the signs of true effort, the feeling of being in the zone, the satisfaction of doing our best without attachment to the outcome, the peace that comes with knowing we have acted with virtue, regardless of the results. To truly grasp this concept, we must immerse ourselves in the natural flow of life. We'll examine how the Stoics lived by this flow, how they embraced destiny while also exercising their will, how they took action without becoming ensnared by the fruits of their actions. We'll explore the balance they struck between shaping their lives and accepting life's unfolding narrative. We'll look at modern examples too, because this isn't just an ancient philosophy to be admired from afar. It's a living, breathing guide that can influence how we lead our lives today. How do we set goals in a way that's grounded in the art of allowing? How do we pursue relationships without clinging too tightly to our expectations? How do we advance in our careers without becoming consumed by ambition? Our exploration will take us through these questions and beyond. We'll dig into practical steps to integrate the Stoic art of allowing into our daily lives. We'll talk about recognizing what is and isn't within our control, about the joy that comes from aligning with the natural course of events, and about the liberation in letting go of the compulsion to force life to conform to our will. In the words of Epictetus, "No great thing is created suddenly. This wisdom is our compass as we navigate the space between action and inaction, between making things happen and letting them happen." It's a reminder that the most profound changes in our lives and in ourselves often come not from the force of our will, but from the patience of our effort. Venturing further into the essence of our narrative, we confront the concept of forcing things. To force is to push against the natural rhythm of events and experiences with a kind of blind determination that often ignores the realities at play. It is an attempt to impose our will, to control outcomes, and to manipulate the path of life so that it conforms to our personal goals and desires. This endeavor, while rooted in the pursuit of success, often leads us astray from the path of wisdom. Imagine standing at the river's edge. Your objective lies on the opposite bank. Forcing things would be akin to plunging into the water, swimming against the current, expending energy with every stroke, fighting the river every step of the way. It is possible that you might reach the other side, but at what cost? Your strength is depleted, your spirit wearied, and you are left wondering if there might have been a better way, a bridge, a boat, or a smoother passage downstream. Now let's turn our gaze inward, to the psychological and emotional landscapes within us. When we force things, what occurs in the realm of our minds and hearts? There is a tightness, a constriction that comes with trying to control the uncontrollable. It manifests as stress, the body's alarm system, signaling that something is not right. Anxiety follows, a sense of dread that shadows our every move, whispering of all that could go wrong. And, if left unchecked, this state of constant strain leads to burnout, a deep and profound exhaustion that dims the light of our spirit and the sharpness of our intellect. In our society, where the cult of achievement reigns supreme, these symptoms are often worn as badges of honor. Long hours, sleepless nights, and unyielding pressure are heralded as the hallmarks of dedication. Yet, this is a misunderstanding of what true dedication and achievement entail. The Stoics would look upon this and shake their heads, for they understood that working against nature, both the nature of the world and our own nature, is folly. The Stoic virtue lies in working with nature, not against it. It is in recognizing the flow of the cosmos and aligning ourselves with it. This does not mean we abandon our goals or relinquish our dreams. Rather, we pursue them with an understanding of the appropriate means and timing. It is to know when to plant and when to harvest, when to speak and when to remain silent, when to act and when to wait. Stoicism teaches us to apply our efforts wisely, to exert our energies in harmony with the cycles of change and growth. It counsels us to focus on our own actions and attitudes, the true areas where we possess power. This is not a passive resignation, but an active engagement with life, tempered by the wisdom to accept what we cannot change. To work with nature, one must understand it, and this begins with self-knowledge. The Stoic practice of self-examination, reflecting on one's thoughts, emotions, and actions, is a tool for this purpose. It helps us identify when we are pushing too hard, when we are being driven by fear, pride, or desire rather than reason and virtue. Consider the farmer who understands the seasons. He does not plant in winter, not because he is idle, but because he knows the land must rest and that seeds grow best when sown at the right time. In our lives, just like the farmer, we must discern our seasons, read the signs of our internal and external environments, and act accordingly. There is grace in patience, in allowing things to develop in their own time. The oak tree does not rush to tower above the forest. It grows steadily year by year, in accordance with the inherent pattern embedded within its acorn heart. So too must our ambitions and efforts unfold according to the pattern of who we are and the circumstances we inhabit. This brings us to the realm of our practical lives, where each day presents countless opportunities to choose between forcing and flowing. It is in the projects we undertake at work, the relationships we nurture, the personal goals we set for health, learning, and growth, To approach these endeavors from a Stoic perspective is to engage with them wholeheartedly, applying our talents and energies, but with a mind open to the outcomes, whatever they may be. To practice this art, we must be vigilant, constantly monitoring our inner state for the tension of force. We must be courageous, willing to let go when we find ourselves gripping too tightly to a predetermined outcome. And we must be compassionate, granting ourselves the kindness to stumble, to learn, and to grow without the harshness of self-imposed demands. As we advance in this discussion, remember the wisdom of the Stoics. To live in agreement with nature, this is not the path of least resistance, it is the path of true resistance, the kind that shapes stones and carves canyons, the resistance that, through patience and persistence, aligns with the forces of life to create enduring beauty and strength. This is the resistance that understands the power of water flowing over rock, the steady and gentle insistence that, over time, reshapes even the hardest of obstacles. In seeking further comprehension of the Stoic philosophy, one must traverse the realms of history, uncovering the roots that have nourished this enduring wisdom. The ancient Stoics perceived the world as an interconnected web, governed by a divine reason they termed logos. Within this cosmic fabric, they believed that the only true control we possess is over our faculties of judgment and action, while all else lies outside our domain in the hands of fate or providence. This understanding shaped their approach to life, embracing what occurs with equanimity and focusing their efforts on personal virtue and wisdom. The Stoics did not advocate for passivity, rather they called for an active participation in life, tempered with the acceptance that outcomes are not ours to dictate. This balance between control and acceptance is the golden thread woven through the tapestry of Stoic thought. One of the most compelling historical anecdotes illustrating this Stoic acceptance is the tale of Zeno of Citium, the founder of Stoicism. Legend has it that Zeno was a prosperous merchant until a shipwreck near Athens stripped him of his wealth. It was this twist of fate that led him to the Stoic philosophy, studying under crates of Thebes, and eventually developing his philosophical system that espoused inner peace through the acceptance of fate. The shipwreck that could have been perceived as a catastrophic event became the catalyst for Zeno's philosophical enlightenment. It's an exemplar of the Stoic attitude, transforming misfortune into opportunity, perceiving obstacles as the raw material for growth. Zeno's loss of external possessions led him to discover the internal wealth of wisdom, virtue, and tranquility. Let's fast forward to the present day and consider the applicability of these historical lessons in our modern context. Today, we navigate a world of unprecedented complexity and change, where the illusion of control is amplified by technology and the pace of innovation. Yet, the essence of what we can truly govern remains unchanged: our thoughts, our choices, and our reactions. The modern allure of control can be seen in the countless tools and systems designed to optimize every aspect of our lives, from sleep to productivity. We schedule, we plan, we track, often forgetting that despite our best efforts, life has a way of unfolding in unexpected patterns. The Stoic teachings remind us that it is not the plan itself, but our attachment to the plan that often leads to turmoil. In the contemporary sphere of influence, from business leaders to sports coaches, the Stoic principle of focusing on the process rather than the outcome has been celebrated and adopted. It is recognized that excellence results from the quality of our actions, not from the anxious preoccupation with results. By applying Stoic wisdom, we learn to invest our energy in the present task with full commitment, leaving the results to unfold as they will. The narrative of the Stoic acceptance of fate is also visible in the stories of many historical figures, who, despite facing adversity, channeled their experiences into positive change. In our own lives, the relevance of Stoicism is equally profound. We encounter daily challenges and obstacles, some minor and some life-altering. The Stoic practice of differentiating between what we can control and what we must accept helps us navigate these trials with a steadier heart and a clearer mind. It encourages us to focus our efforts on our response, our integrity, and our purpose, rather than on the capricious elements of chance and circumstance. Moreover, Stoicism provides a moral compass in an age often characterized by moral relativism. It offers a framework for personal development that emphasizes character over fame, virtue over success, and wisdom over knowledge. By applying these principles, we anchor ourselves in a philosophy that values the content of our character above the contingencies of our lives. In times of crisis, whether personal or collective, the Stoic teachings shine brightly as beacons of resilience. The Stoic virtue of courage is not about the absence of fear, but about the ability to persist despite fear. It is about facing a world in flux with a soul rooted in the bedrock of virtue, ready to adapt, to accept, and to overcome. Thus, the Stoic wisdom of allowing things to happen, of acknowledging the role of fate while committing to virtuous action, is not a relic of the past, but a living, breathing guide for the present. It invites us into a dance with destiny, where we lead with our virtues, follow with our acceptance, and create a harmony that echoes the Stoic sages of old. This harmony, timeless and profound, reminds us that within the chaos of life's currents, we possess the power to cultivate an inner sanctuary of peace and strength. As we move through the chronicles of history, from Zeno's shipwreck to the trials and triumphs of our own times, the Stoic philosophy remains a steadfast friend. It does not call us to shrink from life's battles, but to engage with them more wisely, with the steadiness of heart and the serenity of a mind attuned to the wisdom of ages. Through the lens of Stoicism, we learn that the art of letting things happen is not about surrender, but about a deeper conquest, the conquest of self-mastery, of virtue, and of a life lived in harmonious accord with the world's unfolding song. Delving into the rich fabric of Stoic wisdom, we arrive at a pivotal juncture, the philosophy of action without force. This is not an admonition against action itself, but rather against the attachment to the fruits of our actions. It's a delicate balancing act, one that requires us to engage with the world fully, exerting ourselves in the pursuits we deem worthy, while simultaneously releasing our grip on the expectations of what these pursuits should yield. In the Stoic view, action is essential. We are participants in the tapestry of life, and our choices, our movements, are the threads by which we contribute to the ever-evolving picture. Yet, Stoics distinguish sharply between taking action, which is under our control, and forcing an outcome, which is not. We are encouraged to pour our efforts into the former and to cultivate a graceful detachment from the latter. When we take action, we are active agents, moving with intention and purpose. We are planting seeds of effort, care, and skill. But once planted, the growth of these seeds, the outcomes, are subject to innumerable factors beyond our ken: the weather, the soil's fertility, the passing of time. To force an outcome is to stand over the seedlings, pulling at them, demanding that they grow faster, taller, stronger. It's not only futile, it's likely to damage the very growth we seek to foster. This concept might be crystallized in the image of an archer from Stoic texts. The archer pulls back the string, aims with concentration, and releases the arrow. His job is done in the moment of release, where the arrow lands is no longer in his hands. It may be swayed by the wind, it may strike a moving target, or it may fall short. The archer's tranquility lies in his skillful action, not in the pride or disappointment of the arrow's flight. Stoicism, in its embrace of action without attachment to the outcome, finds an intriguing parallel in the Eastern philosophy of Taoism, particularly in the concept of Wu Wei. Translated as non-doing or effortless action, Wu Wei is the art of flowing with life's natural currents. It is acting in accordance with the Tao, the way of the universe, which moves effortlessly and spontaneously. It doesn't mean not acting at all. Rather, it implies action that does not involve struggle or excessive effort. Wu Wei is about alignment with the rhythms of nature, about understanding when to act and when to remain still, when to exert force and when to yield. This is not a resignation from action, but an invitation to a higher form of engagement, one that is intuitive, harmonious, and in tune with the essence of the world around us. Just as a tree doesn't strain to grow, but does so naturally, Wu Wei teaches us to apply our energies where they will be most effective and to refrain from wasteful expenditures of force. It's an acknowledgement that the universe has its flow, its own intricate patterns and wisdom, and that our true power lies in becoming attuned to these, moving with them rather than against them. Drawing on Wu Wei, we can learn to recognize the difference between taking action and trying to force an outcome. Taking action is planting the tree, watering it, tending to it with care. Forcing an outcome is the anxiety that comes from watching the tree every day, worrying about its growth, being attached to how and when it will bear fruit. In our personal lives, this might translate to doing our best at our jobs, in our relationships, and in our self-development, without becoming attached to how these efforts will be received or what they will produce. This detachment doesn't diminish the quality of our action. In fact, it might enhance it. When we are not fixated on outcomes, we can be more present, more attentive, and more aligned with the task at hand. The resonance between Stoicism and Taoism in this aspect is profound. Both philosophies counsel us to let go of the need to control and to trust in the process of life. They remind us that there is a wisdom to the unfolding of events that we, with our limited perspective, cannot fully comprehend, and so they teach us to act with integrity, do our part, and then step back, allowing the world to do its own. These philosophical threads converge on a simple yet powerful truth, that peace comes not from controlling the outcomes of our actions, but from knowing that we have acted rightly to the best of our ability and with good intent. This is the heart of action without force, a heart that beats steadily, calmly, resonating with the timeless wisdom that has guided countless souls through the tumults of history. In applying these principles to our contemporary lives, we find a pathway to a more serene and effective existence. We learn to distinguish between the healthy exertion of effort and the unhealthy obsession with control. We learn to set goals, to strive, and to let go. And in this letting go, we find a new kind of strength, the strength of adaptability, of resilience, and of a deep, abiding harmony with the way things are. It is here, in the union of Stoic resolve and Taoist fluidity, that we discover the art of action without force, a dance with life that is as powerful as it is peaceful, as productive as it is liberating. The Stoic teachings offer profound lessons on the art of letting go, providing us with a guide to living a life that is both purposeful and tranquil. Let's explore in greater depth how the Stoic wisdom can be applied to our modern lives. Epictetus provides a fundamental Stoic lesson, the distinction between what we can control and what we cannot. This discernment is the bedrock of Stoic peace of mind. Some things are within our power while others are not. Within our power are opinion, motivation, desire, aversion, and in a word, whatever is of our own doing. Not within our power are our body, our property, reputation, office, and in a word, whatever is not of our own doing. In a world that often feels chaotic and unpredictable, understanding and embracing this dichotomy can be transformative. Imagine living with the constant recognition that our efforts are best placed on our inner world, the realm of our own decisions, judgments, and reactions. This is where true agency lies. By accepting this, we can conserve our energy, no longer dissipating it in futile attempts to control the uncontrollable. It's like sailing. A skilled sailor doesn't waste time lamenting the direction of the wind, but instead adjusts the sails and steers accordingly. In practical terms, this means focusing on our responses to situations, not the situations themselves. It's about preparing ourselves for the various outcomes of our actions, understanding that success is not in the achievement itself, but in the effort well applied. When we apply this in our lives, we begin to let go of the frustration that comes with disrupted plans and unforeseen obstacles, and we start to move through life with a steadier, more resilient pace. Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart. Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher king, takes this concept further with the doctrine of amor fati, love of one's fate. This profound acceptance goes beyond mere endurance. It's a joyous embrace of all that life offers, both the triumphs and the tragedies. What if we welcomed everything that happened to us as if we had chosen it ourselves? It's a radical shift in perspective, turning every moment into something of value, an opportunity for growth and reflection. This doesn't mean being passive or resigned to suffering. It means seeing the potential in whatever occurs. Marcus's insights can lead us to find beauty in the inevitable cycles of life. He encourages us to look at the whole of which we are a part, to understand our place within the greater order of things. This broader view can free us from the myopia that magnifies our troubles and blinds us to the possibilities contained within them. In embracing our fate, we are not giving up on making things better. Instead, we're committing to move forward with a kind of optimistic pragmatism. It's the practice of taking each moment as it comes and infusing it with our best selves, not because it guarantees a certain outcome, but because it is the most authentic way to live. It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it. Life is long enough, and a sufficiently generous amount has been given to us for the highest achievements if it were all well invested. Seneca's musings on time provide a vital Stoic lesson on the importance of prioritization and focus. He prompts us to consider the scarcity of time and the folly of wasting it on the inconsequential. His admonitions against the squandering of time are a call to action for mindful living. We live in an era filled with distractions, where our attention is a currency in high demand. Seneca's advice takes on new meaning when we consider how modern technologies can lead us to inadvertently waste vast amounts of this precious resource. What would it look like if we applied his wisdom today? It would mean a conscientious effort to let go of the trivial, the endless scroll through social media, the preoccupation with the lives of others, the worry over things beyond our control. Instead, we can choose to use our time in pursuits that enrich our souls and better our world. This could involve deepening our relationships, cultivating our talents, or contributing to our communities. It's a call to let go of the superficial and to engage deeply with the essence of life. The Stoic practice of letting go is not about disengagement from the world. Rather, it is about engaging with it more meaningfully. It is not about indifference, but about discernment, the ability to differentiate between what truly matters and what doesn't. It is not about the absence of action, but about purposeful action guided by wisdom. By internalizing the lessons of these Stoic philosophers, we learn to let go of the illusion of control, the resistance to our reality, and the distractions that sap our time. In their place, we cultivate acceptance, purpose, and focus, enriching our lives and allowing us to navigate the world with grace and equanimity. In doing so, we honor the Stoic legacy, turning their timeless wisdom into a living practice that continues to resonate across the ages. Incorporating the philosophy of non-force into the minutiae of daily life is akin to learning a new language, the language of deliberate calmness and measured response. It is a subtle art that requires practice, patience, and a conscious recalibration of our habitual reactions. We will traverse practical strategies that weave the threads of non-force into the fabric of everyday existence, allowing its philosophy to permeate our actions and interactions. First, let us consider the morning ritual, a daily tableau for setting the tone. Instead of leaping into the day with a frenzy of activity, we might begin with a moment of stillness. This could be a short meditation, a few minutes of deep breathing, or simply sitting with a cup of tea, anchoring ourselves in the present. The objective is to cultivate a space where we can acknowledge the day's potential without the compulsion to steer it forcibly. Moving into the day, one might adopt the practice of mindful pauses. Before commencing a new task, entering a meeting, or even responding to an email, we take a brief pause to assess our state of being. Are we acting out of compulsion or choice? Are we about to force an outcome, or are we prepared to do our best and let the results unfold? These mindful pauses become checkpoints that reinforce the discipline of non-forcing. Another exercise lies in the realm of communication. When engaging in conversation, we can practice active listening, giving space to the other person's words and resisting the urge to impose our narrative or desired conclusion. This creates a dynamic where dialogue flows naturally, without the coercion of preconceived agendas. To build the discipline of non-forcing, we can also engage in reflection at the end of each day. A journal can serve as a powerful tool here, allowing us to revisit our actions and attitudes. Did we push too hard in any situation? Could we have approached a problem with a lighter touch? This reflection is not about self-reproach, but about learning and recalibrating for the days ahead. In terms of habits, we might cultivate the art of strategic yielding. This involves recognizing moments when resistance is less effective than flexibility. Like the willow tree that bends in the storm but does not break, strategic yielding is about identifying the strength in adaptability. This could mean deferring a decision when emotions are high, yielding the floor in a debate to gather more information, or simply opting to take a walk when a work problem seems insurmountable. Furthermore, we can embrace practices that encourage a letting go mindset, such as yoga or tai chi, which synchronize movement and breath, teaching us to move with intention but without unnecessary tension. The physical act of releasing tension in the body can be a metaphor for releasing psychological tension and the need to control. Now, let us turn our attention to the balancing act of effort with surrender. It is a dance between doing and being, exerting and resting. The key lies in our focus. When we concentrate on the process, the doing, rather than the outcome, we find a rhythm that honors both effort and ease. We work wholeheartedly, yet we remain inwardly detached from the fruits of our work. In practice, this might look like setting goals and working toward them with dedication, but regularly reminding ourselves of the larger context. Our worth is not defined by our successes or failures. It could also involve setting boundaries around our work, acknowledging that rest and recuperation are as vital as the work itself. Moreover, in the ebb and flow of professional life, we can apply the principle of non-force by being discerning about our battles. Not every situation requires our intervention. Sometimes the most strategic move is to step back and allow situations to resolve themselves, conserving our energy for matters where we can truly make a difference. To marry the notion of effort with surrender, we can adopt a twofold approach: proactive patience and reactive resilience. Proactive patience is the effort put forth in planning, preparation, and execution, coupled with the patience to let events unfold at their own pace. Reactive resilience is the capacity to bounce back from unexpected outcomes, using them as opportunities for growth rather than reasons for despair. The integration of non-force into our daily lives is not an abandonment of action or ambition. It is instead a more sophisticated engagement with both. It calls us to act with intention, guided by wisdom rather than whim, influenced by purpose rather than impatience. As we embody these practices, the philosophy of non-force transcends concept and becomes lived experience, a serene confluence of effort and surrender that shapes a life of depth, balance, and fulfillment. As we reach the conclusion of our journey together through the philosophy of non-force and the art of letting things happen, let us take a moment to reflect on the ground we've covered. We embarked on this voyage guided by the wisdom of the Stoics, learning to discern between effort and force, understanding that while we can plant seeds with intention, the blossoming occurs not at our command but in its own time and way. We recognize the telltale signs of forcing, stress, anxiety, and burnout, and contrasted these with the serene strength that comes from working in harmony with nature's rhythms. Our exploration took us through history, walking in the footsteps of Zeno and other Stoics who exemplified the virtue of acceptance in the face of life's unpredictable tempests. We considered the lessons from their experiences and the modern-day relevance of an unforced approach to life's challenges. The concept of Wu Wei from Taoism entered our conversation, enriching our understanding of action without attachment, and we found common ground between these ancient philosophies, realizing that effort can be exerted without the tension of force. We delved into the psychological effects of letting go, appreciating the mental health benefits that unfold when we cease to strain against the current of existence. We discussed how letting go has the power to reduce stress and improve our overall well-being, with research and personal anecdotes bolstering this transformative perspective. In the realm of practical application, we provided tools for integrating non-force into daily life. We spoke of mindful pauses, reflective journaling, the practice of active listening, and the cultivation of strategic yielding. We examined the intricate dance between effort and surrender, encouraging a focus on the process over the outcome, proactive patience, and reactive resilience. And now, as we wrap up our dialogue, it's my hope that you feel inspired to practice the art of letting things happen. The path is laid out before you, not as a rigid track to be followed with forceful strides, but as a meandering trail to be walked with a sense of wonder and openness. Each step is an opportunity to apply the principles we've discussed, to experiment with the space between action and allow, and to discover the liberating power that comes from an inner posture of release. As you go forth, remember that this is not a call to passivity, but an invitation to a more profound engagement with life. It is about aligning with the flow of events, rather than colliding with them. It is the art of shaping without forcing, of influencing without overpowering, and of living with a deep and abiding sense of peace that comes from the recognition that, while we play our part, the universe has its rhythms, and wisdom lies in moving with them, not against them. Embrace this art of letting things happen and watch as your life transforms, not because you exerted force upon it, but because you allowed it to unfold in its own beautiful, unpredictable, and perfect pattern. Most people fear being alone. Yet solitude is not a weakness. It's a hidden superpower. History's greatest minds didn't find greatness in crowds. They found it in silence. When you look closely at the lives of the world's most influential thinkers, creators, and leaders, you'll see a pattern. Periods of deep solitude, of walking alone, of wrestling with their own thoughts. They didn't become exceptional because they followed the crowd. They became exceptional because, at some point, they broke away from it. They understood something that most people miss. That true strength, real creativity, and deep self-mastery are not born in noise, but in silence. In a world where being constantly busy, connected, and validated by others is considered normal, choosing to be alone and embracing that alone time is almost an act of rebellion. But it's a rebellion that can completely transform who you are. Today we're going to explore why solitude is not just important. It's necessary if you want to become unstoppable. We'll dive into the minds of three of history's most brilliant philosophers: Friedrich Nietzsche, Ralph Waldo Emerson, and Arthur Schopenhauer. Each of them, in their own way, argued that solitude isn't something to run from. It's something to run toward. They believe that to truly know yourself, to think deeply, and to create anything of real value, you need to be able to step away from the noise of the world and sit quietly with yourself. Their ideas are not dry theories locked away in old books. They are practical tools, mindsets you can adopt today to change how you live, work, and think. Nietzsche taught us that to rise above the herd, to create your own path, you must be willing to walk alone. Emerson showed us that self-reliance isn't just about doing things yourself. It's about trusting your inner voice even when it goes against everyone else. And Schopenhauer warned that shallow socializing can actually weaken the mind, while solitude sharpens it. These are not just interesting ideas for philosophers. They are survival skills for modern life. In a world obsessed with constant connection, endless opinions, and 24/7 distraction, learning how to be content when you're alone is a real superpower. By the end of this video, you're going to have a deep understanding of why solitude is a critical ingredient in achieving anything truly meaningful. You'll see that being alone doesn't mean being lonely. Instead, it means gaining a level of independence and clarity that very few people ever achieve. You'll learn why people who can enjoy their own company are often the strongest, the most creative, and the most resilient. And even more importantly, you'll have practical strategies for how you can start embracing solitude today, not just in theory, but in your daily life. This isn't about abandoning the world, it's about learning to stand strong in it, unshaken, unafraid, and fully alive. So if you've ever felt afraid of being alone, or if you've ever wondered whether your time alone was wasted, stay with me. Because what you'll discover might just flip your whole perspective upside down, and open the door to a version of yourself you didn't even know existed. Today, more than ever before, being alone is seen as something strange, even scary. Modern culture tends to paint solitude as a problem that needs fixing. If you're alone, people assume something must be wrong with you. They assume you must be sad, broken, or unwanted. Movies, television, advertisements, they all quietly suggest that a good life is one surrounded by friends, parties, constant interaction, and endless activity. If you're spending Friday night by yourself instead of posting pictures with a group of smiling people, you might feel like you're doing something wrong. Being constantly surrounded by others is often presented as proof that you're happy, successful, and popular. And being alone, it's seen as proof that you're failing somehow. But that idea is a lie, a dangerous lie that keeps millions of people stuck, disconnected not just from others, but from themselves. The truth is, solitude and loneliness are two very different things. Loneliness is a feeling. It's the painful sense that you are disconnected, that you want company but don't have it. Solitude, on the other hand, is a choice. It's the decision to spend time with yourself because you recognize that your own mind, your own soul, deserves your attention. But our culture has blurred the line between the two. We've been trained to believe that any time spent alone must automatically be lonely, and that loneliness must automatically be something bad. Because of this conditioning, most people panic at the idea of being alone. They rush to fill every quiet moment with noise, with distractions, with other people, even if those people don't truly understand them. And in doing so, they miss the incredible power that comes from learning to enjoy their own company. This fear of being alone is made even worse by the world we live in today. We are constantly overstimulated. Notifications light up our phones every few minutes. Social media apps are designed to keep us endlessly scrolling, chasing likes, comments, and validation. Every spare second we have, waiting in line, sitting in traffic, eating lunch, is filled with something: a song, a video, a text message, a notification. We are rarely, if ever, just sitting quietly with ourselves anymore. It's almost as if being alone with our own thoughts has become a lost art. But it's not an accident, it's by design. The modern world profits from keeping us distracted. The longer we stay plugged into the noise, the less time we have to reflect, to question, to grow. This overstimulation creates an addiction to external validation. Instead of asking ourselves how we feel about something, we look to others for their approval. Instead of trusting our own experiences, we wait to see how many likes we get or how many people agree with us. Slowly, without realizing it, we hand over the steering wheel of our lives to the opinions of the crowd. And the more we depend on external validation, the more terrifying solitude becomes. Because in solitude, there is no audience. There are no likes, no retweets, no quick dopamine hits from notifications. There is only you. And if you've spent your whole life avoiding yourself, that can be a scary thing to face. The American philosopher Ralph Waldo Emerson saw this problem coming a long time ago. In his famous essay Self-Reliance, he wrote, "Society everywhere is in conspiracy against the manhood of every one of its members." What he meant is that society, even without meaning to, pressures individuals to conform, to think alike, to behave in ways that fit the group rather than honor their own unique spirit. And this pressure doesn't just happen through direct orders or rules. It happens silently, through expectations, trends, and judgments. It whispers, "Stay with the crowd, don't stand alone, don't think differently." Emerson's warning is even more true today. The constant stream of media, peer pressure, and digital noise conspires, not by force but by habit, to make us distrust ourselves and fear the silence of solitude. Modern psychology backs up what Emerson and the great philosophers understood instinctively. Studies show that constant social interaction can actually weaken self-awareness and critical thinking. When we are always connected to others, our thoughts start to blend with the group's thoughts. Instead of deeply considering what we believe, we react based on what is popular or acceptable at the moment. Researchers have found that people who spend excessive time on social media report lower levels of authentic self-esteem and higher levels of anxiety and depression. Why? Because they're basing their sense of worth on external feedback rather than internal truth. And without solitude, real, intentional solitude, it becomes almost impossible to hear your own inner voice through all the noise. Moreover, another fascinating psychological phenomenon occurs: groupthink. This happens when people, wanting to maintain harmony or avoid conflict, stop voicing their own opinions and start thinking the way the group thinks. It's easier, it's safer, but it kills originality, it suffocates creativity. When everyone thinks the same way, nobody is truly thinking at all. Solitude protects you from this. Solitude gives you the space to wrestle with ideas, to form your own judgments, to challenge assumptions, not because someone told you to, but because you arrived at those conclusions yourself. If you think about it, every major leap forward in human thought, art, science, and philosophy has come from individuals who dared to step outside the crowd and think independently. Einstein, Thoreau, Nietzsche, Da Vinci, they all spent significant periods of their lives alone, cultivating ideas that didn't fit neatly into the culture of their time. If they had been constantly surrounded by noise and distractions, if they had needed constant approval, would they have dared to think differently? Probably not. True originality requires solitude. The tragedy of modern life is that we've been sold the idea that solitude is something to fear, when in fact it is something to treasure. Overcoming the fear of being alone isn't just a small act of personal development, it's revolutionary. In a world that trains you to depend on the opinions of others, choosing solitude, choosing to sit quietly with your own mind, to explore your own soul without judgment, is one of the bravest things you can do. It's an act of rebellion against a culture that wants you constantly distracted and constantly conforming. It's the first step toward true freedom. And the beauty of it is this: solitude doesn't require you to move to a cabin in the woods or abandon society entirely. It starts in small moments. Putting your phone down when you're waiting in line, taking a walk without earbuds, sitting quietly with your thoughts before bed instead of scrolling. Little by little, you reclaim your mind. Little by little, you remember what it feels like to truly be yourself, not as others see you, but as you are when no one is watching. If you can learn to be alone, truly alone, not anxiously alone, you unlock a kind of strength most people never experience. You stop needing the approval of others. You stop fearing their judgment. You start living according to your own values, your own truth, and that, as we'll continue to see, is the path to becoming truly unstoppable. When we talk about solitude as a hidden superpower, there's perhaps no philosopher more powerful to bring into the conversation than Friedrich Nietzsche. Nietzsche understood, better than almost anyone, that if you truly want to live a life of greatness, a life that is your own, you have to be willing to step away from the crowd. You have to be willing to walk alone. In fact, one of his most famous ideas, the concept of the Übermensch, or the Overman, is built entirely on this foundation. The Overman is not just someone who is strong or successful. The Overman is a human being who has transcended the shallow values of society. Someone who doesn't just accept what is handed to them by culture, tradition, or popular opinion, but instead carves out their own values, their own path, and their own destiny. And Nietzsche believed that reaching this level of existence was impossible if you remained trapped inside the noise of the crowd. In one of his works, Nietzsche said, "He who cannot obey himself will be commanded." It's a simple sentence, but it cuts deep. If you don't develop the discipline to rule over yourself, your own thoughts, your own desires, your own life, then someone else will happily do it for you. Society, institutions, trends, and even well-meaning friends and family, they will all pull you in directions you didn't consciously choose. Without realizing it, you'll spend your life chasing after goals that were never truly yours, trying to fit into molds that were never designed for you. And the only way to avoid this fate is through solitude. You have to step away from the constant noise long enough to hear your own voice clearly. You have to be willing to disobey the crowd in order to obey yourself. For Nietzsche, solitude is not a luxury, it's a necessity. It's the furnace where true individuality is forged. It's in solitude that you face the real you, stripped of the masks you wear for society, free from the expectations placed on you by others, and it's not always a comfortable experience. When you're truly alone, there's no one to blame for your failures, no one to impress with your talents, no one to distract you from your own doubts and weaknesses. You are forced to confront yourself honestly, and that confrontation can either break you or make you unbreakable. Nietzsche believed that this honest confrontation was essential. Only by facing yourself without illusions could you ever hope to become something greater. Nietzsche didn't just talk about solitude, he lived it. Throughout his life, he made deliberate choices to separate himself from mainstream society. He was not interested in fame, popularity, or approval. In fact, most of his ideas were either ignored or ridiculed during his lifetime. Nietzsche spent long periods living in relative isolation in small towns in Switzerland and Italy. He preferred long, solitary walks through the mountains over dinner parties or lectures. He often wrote that he needed the pure, raw silence of nature to think deeply, to create his works, and to maintain his mental clarity. His books, such as Thus Spoke Zarathustra, were not written in crowded coffee houses or busy lecture halls. They were born in solitude, carved out of the deep, silent conversations he had with himself while walking alone through the Swiss Alps. This self-imposed exile was not easy. Nietzsche struggled with poor health, loneliness, and the mental strain that comes from living outside the comfort of societal approval. But he understood that greatness has a price. If you want to think differently, you have to live differently. If you want to be free, you have to accept the burden of freedom. And that burden often includes being misunderstood, criticized, and even abandoned by others. Nietzsche's life is a testament to this reality. The path to becoming unstoppable is often a lonely one, but it's the only path that leads to real mastery of yourself and your life. One of the most powerful things Nietzsche teaches us is that solitude is not about hating others or rejecting society completely. It's about reaching a point where your sense of self is strong enough that you can engage with society on your own terms. You don't hide from the world. You step into it fully, but without being enslaved by it. You're no longer desperate for approval. You're no longer crushed by criticism. You are anchored in something deeper, your own self-defined values. And this kind of strength can only be built in solitude, in the hard, quiet moments when you have no one to impress, no one to lean on, no one to tell you what to do. Nietzsche also warned against what he called the herd mentality, the natural human instinct to think, feel, and act like the group around you. He believed that most people live and die as part of the herd, never questioning whether the values they live by are truly their own. They simply absorb the beliefs of their culture and follow the crowd because it's easier, it's safer, it's more comfortable. But comfort was never Nietzsche's goal. His goal was transformation, and transformation requires pain, struggle, and solitude. If you want to rise above the herd, if you want to become the creator of your own destiny, you must first be willing to walk away from the herd. You must have the courage to endure the temporary discomfort of isolation in order to achieve the permanent freedom of self-mastery. The beauty of Nietzsche's message is that solitude isn't just for philosophers, writers, or artists. It's for anyone who wants to live a life of real meaning. You don't have to disappear into the mountains for years. You don't have to reject everyone you know. You simply have to create enough space in your life where your own mind, your own soul, gets to speak clearly and powerfully. It could be as simple as an hour each morning spent reading, thinking, journaling, or walking alone without distractions. It could be turning off your phone in the evenings to sit quietly with your own thoughts. It's about learning to be your own companion, not because you hate people, but because you recognize that your growth, your strength, your greatness begins with you. In the end, Nietzsche believed that the path to becoming the overman, the highest version of yourself, is a path that must pass through solitude, not once, not temporarily, but consistently. Greatness isn't built in crowds. It's built in the quiet spaces where you wrestle with yourself, confront your fears, question your beliefs, and forge your own way forward. Solitude is the crucible where real inner strength is forged. And though it may sometimes feel lonely, it is also where the deepest, most lasting kind of power is born. The power to live life on your own terms, fully awake, fully alive, and completely free. When we think about the power of solitude, we can't ignore Ralph Waldo Emerson, one of the greatest American philosophers and essayists. Emerson's philosophy of self-reliance is all about the radical idea that your intuition, your inner voice, is more trustworthy than the opinions of the world around you. At a time when people were already rushing to conform, to fit into neatly defined social boxes, Emerson stood up and said, "No. Trust yourself first." He believed that deep inside every individual there's a truth that's purer, wiser, and more powerful than anything society can offer. But the only way to hear it is to create space for it, and that space, once again, is solitude. In his famous essay, Self-Reliance, Emerson wrote, "Nothing can bring you peace but yourself." It's a short sentence, but it carries a massive truth. No amount of social approval, wealth, relationships, or external success can give you real peace if you're disconnected from your true self. You can surround yourself with hundreds of people, be loved by millions, and still feel empty inside if you're living according to someone else's standards. Real peace, the kind that stays with you through every season of life, only comes when you trust your own mind, when you listen to your own intuition, and when you live a life that is true to who you are, not who the world tells you to be. But trusting yourself isn't easy. From a young age, we're trained to seek approval. We learn to shape our behavior based on what gets praised and what gets punished. Over time, if we're not careful, our inner voice, that small, quiet voice that knows what we truly want and believe, gets drowned out by the louder voices of teachers, parents, media, and peers. We lose touch with what we genuinely feel and start living a second-hand life, a life built from borrowed opinions and second-guessed decisions. Emerson understood this deeply, and he knew that to reclaim your life, you had to return to solitude, to silence, where your true voice could finally be heard again. Solitude is not about disconnecting from society forever. Emerson didn't live as a hermit. He spoke to people, he gave lectures, he engaged with the world. But he approached the world from a position of inner clarity. He was rooted in himself first. Being alone, in Emerson's philosophy, wasn't about hating people or rejecting human connection. It was about making sure that when you did connect with others, you weren't just echoing their thoughts or pretending to be something you're not. Solitude wasn't isolation for Emerson. It was preparation. It was about finding your center so that when you stepped into society, you could engage authentically, powerfully, and without fear of losing yourself in the crowd. Emerson believed that every great idea, every true innovation, every genuine movement forward in the world began with an individual who dared to trust their own mind, even when everyone else thought they were wrong. It's easy to go along with the crowd. It's easy to believe what everyone else believes. It's hard to stand up and say, I see things differently, especially when no one else agrees. But that's exactly what self-reliance demands. It demands that you build a strong enough relationship with your own mind that you can walk through the world without constantly looking over your shoulder, without constantly needing validation from others. And that strength, that deep, unshakable self-trust, is built in solitude. Imagine for a moment if every decision you made came from your own deep understanding, not from fear of judgment, not from pressure to conform. Imagine if you trusted yourself enough to choose your path, even when everyone else was walking a different road. That kind of inner freedom is rare, but it's possible. Emerson believed it was the highest kind of freedom a human being could achieve. But like anything valuable, it doesn't come easily. It requires practice. It requires time alone, listening to your own doubts, your own dreams, your own conscience, and learning to distinguish your real voice from the thousands of other voices you've absorbed over the years. In today's world, trusting yourself is harder than ever. We are bombarded with opinions, advice, and noise from the moment we wake up to the moment we fall asleep. Algorithms tell us what to think. Trending topics tell us what to care about. Likes and shares tell us what's worthy of attention. In this environment, finding your own authentic vision isn't just challenging, it's revolutionary. Taking time to be alone, to be silent, to reflect is an act of self-preservation. It's a way of protecting the most valuable thing you have, your mind. But solitude isn't just about protection, it's about creation. In solitude, your imagination wakes up. New ideas start to form. Questions that you've been avoiding begin to surface. You start to realize what truly matters to you. Not what you've been told should matter, but what actually stirs your heart. You reconnect with passions you might have forgotten. You start seeing paths you didn't notice before because you were too busy trying to keep up with everyone else. Solitude is the soil where your true vision can grow. And when you do step back into society, because eventually you will, you bring something precious with you: authenticity. You're not just reacting to the world anymore. You're contributing something original, something real, something deeply yours. Emerson's dream was not a world where everyone lived separately in cabins. His dream was a world where individuals, strong in themselves, came together not as mindless followers, but as true individuals. Sharing, building, creating from a place of genuine strength. A society of self-reliant individuals, each bringing their own light, rather than reflecting someone else's. The beautiful thing about self-reliance is that it doesn't require you to be perfect. Emerson wasn't talking about arrogance or stubbornness. He was talking about honest self-trust, the willingness to listen deeply to yourself, to make mistakes, to learn, and to keep moving forward without being crushed by the fear of disapproval. He was talking about living a life that is alive, vibrant, and real, not one that is secondhand or borrowed. In the end, self-reliance is about freedom, the freedom to be who you are, not who the world demands you to be. And that freedom begins in solitude. It begins when you have the courage to sit quietly with yourself, to listen without judgment, and to trust what you hear. It begins when you realize that the peace you've been chasing out in the world has been within you all along, waiting patiently for you to return to it. So as we move forward in this journey, remember Emerson's challenge. Dare to trust yourself. Dare to spend time alone. Dare to listen to the voice inside you that already knows the way, even if no one else around you sees it yet. Because in that voice lies your greatest strength, your clearest vision, and your truest peace. When we talk about solitude as a powerful tool for growth, it's impossible to ignore Arthur Schopenhauer, one of the most brilliant and most brutally honest philosophers in history. Schopenhauer had a very clear, very uncompromising view of solitude. He believed that true genius needs solitude like the body needs air. Without it, the mind gets polluted. Without it, original thought becomes almost impossible. In Schopenhauer's eyes, solitude wasn't just a nice thing to have once in a while. It was absolutely necessary if a person wanted to reach their highest potential. He knew that the deepest thoughts, the most profound insights, and the boldest ideas are born not in noisy rooms filled with shallow conversation, but in the quiet moments when a person stands alone with their own mind. One of Schopenhauer's most famous quotes captures his belief perfectly. A man can be himself only so long as he is alone. In those few words, he reveals a profound truth. When we are constantly surrounded by other people, constantly exposed to their expectations, their judgments, their opinions, we naturally, almost automatically, start to adjust ourselves to fit. It doesn't happen because we're weak or fake. It happens because human beings are wired for social survival. We sense what others want from us, and without even thinking about it, we often bend ourselves to meet those unspoken demands. Over time, if we're not careful, we lose touch with who we really are. We forget what we truly think and feel. We become, little by little, reflections of the crowd instead of reflections of our true selves. Schopenhauer believed that this loss of authenticity was the death of genius. Original thought, the kind of thought that changes the world, can only happen when you are free from the pressures and expectations of the crowd. And the only way to be free from those pressures is to create distance, to step back, to be alone. In solitude, you can finally think thoughts that are yours, not recycled from the people around you. You can finally hear your own voice without it being drowned out by the endless noise of society. You can finally create something new, something that couldn't exist if you were constantly worrying about fitting in. But solitude isn't comfortable for everyone, and Schopenhauer was brutally honest about this too. He believed that mediocre minds fear solitude while great minds crave it. Mediocre minds, he said, are dependent on the crowd. They rely on constant conversation, constant entertainment, constant validation to keep themselves distracted from the uncomfortable task of facing their own thoughts. They fear silence because silence reveals the emptiness they have been trying to hide. Great minds, on the other hand, are not afraid of silence. They welcome it. They understand that solitude isn't a punishment, it's a gift. It's a rare and sacred opportunity to go deeper, to discover things that can only be found when you are completely alone. In today's world, this message is more important than ever. Shallow socialization is everywhere. We are constantly bombarded with opportunities to interact with others. But how deep are those interactions, really? A quick scroll through social media, a comment here, a like there, a brief conversation about the latest trend. These things give the illusion of connection, but they often leave us feeling emptier than before. They fill our minds with other people's opinions, other people's priorities, other people's distractions, and in the process, they drown out the deeper questions, the deeper dreams, the deeper creativity that lives within us. Schopenhauer warned against this kind of shallow existence. He believed that constantly seeking the company of others, constantly filling your mind with surface-level chatter, was dangerous, not because people are bad, but because the human mind needs quiet to grow. Just like a plant needs stillness and time to sink its roots deep into the earth, a mind needs stillness and solitude to grow deep, original thoughts. Without solitude, our thoughts remain shallow, reactive, and borrowed. With solitude, we have the chance to discover ideas that are truly our own. It's important to understand that Schopenhauer wasn't saying that human connection is worthless. He wasn't saying we should live our lives in total isolation. He was saying that if you want to bring something truly valuable into the world, whether it's a book, a business, a philosophy, a work of art, or simply a life lived with real integrity, you must spend time apart from the noise. You must cultivate your inner world before you can contribute anything meaningful to the outer world. Solitude isn't about rejecting people, it's about preparing yourself to offer something real when you do engage with them. Think about the greatest creators, thinkers, and leaders in history. How many of them spent long periods in solitude? Leonardo da Vinci spent countless hours alone sketching and thinking. Beethoven often wandered into the forest alone, letting the rhythms of nature inspire his music. Nikola Tesla, one of the most brilliant inventors in history, emphasized that being alone was critical for his creativity. These individuals didn't fear solitude. They embraced it because they understood that their best ideas needed room to breathe, room to unfold without interruption. And the beautiful thing is, you don't have to be a world-famous genius to benefit from solitude. Anyone can tap into the creative, clarifying power of being alone. You don't need to run away from the world completely. You just need to create spaces in your life where you can hear your own thoughts clearly, where you can think without interruption, where you can explore ideas without worrying about how they'll be judged. Even small pockets of solitude, a quiet morning walk, an hour without your phone, a weekend afternoon spent journaling instead of scrolling, can create the space you need for deeper thinking and greater creativity. Solitude gives you the freedom to think your own thoughts, dream your own dreams, and build your own vision for your life. It protects you from being swept away by the latest trends or trapped in the shallow conversations that fill so much of modern life. It allows you to ask the big questions. Who am I really? What do I truly believe? What do I want to create, to contribute, to stand for? These are questions that can't be answered in a crowded room or through endless notifications. They can only be answered in the quiet, sacred space of solitude. Schopenhauer's message is clear. If you want to live deeply, if you want to think clearly, if you want to create something original and meaningful, you must embrace solitude, not fearfully, not resentfully, but joyfully, as a necessary part of your growth. Solitude is not a prison, it's a sanctuary. It's the place where your truest, strongest, most brilliant self has the chance to emerge. One of the greatest misunderstandings about solitude is that it's simply an emotional experience, that being alone is just about whether you feel good or bad, happy or sad. But if you look deeper, you realize that solitude is not just emotional, it's a psychological training ground. It's a place where real resilience is built, where mental toughness is forged. In solitude, without distractions, without external validation, without anyone to blame or depend on, you're finally faced with yourself, with all your fears, doubts, insecurities, and hidden weaknesses. And it's there, in that uncomfortable place, that real strength has the chance to grow. When you're alone, you can't hide behind excuses. You can't distract yourself with constant noise. You can't shift responsibility to others. The conversations you have are with yourself. The battles you fight are internal, and that is exactly why solitude is so powerful. It forces you to develop the muscles of courage, patience, endurance, and self-trust, not by accident, but by deliberate practice. Mental toughness isn't something you're born with, it's something you build. And like building physical strength, it requires resistance, struggle, and effort. Solitude provides the perfect environment for this kind of training because it strips away all the soft comforts and easy distractions we usually use to escape discomfort. One of the most powerful examples of finding strength in solitude comes from Viktor Frankl, the Austrian psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor. Frankl endured years in Nazi concentration camps, separated from his family, stripped of his dignity, and reduced to the barest existence. Yet even in those horrific conditions, perhaps the ultimate form of forced isolation and suffering, Frankl discovered a deep, unbreakable truth. Even when everything else is taken from you, you still have the power to choose your response. You still have the freedom to find meaning. Frankl realized that life is not primarily about seeking pleasure or avoiding pain. It's about finding purpose. And often, that sense of purpose emerges most clearly when you are alone with your suffering, without distractions to numb you. In his book Man's Search for Meaning, Frankl wrote, "When we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. This is the essence of solitude as a training ground for toughness. When you are alone and you realize that you cannot immediately change your external circumstances, when you can't just run away, distract yourself, or rely on someone else to fix it, you are challenged, perhaps for the first time, to truly change yourself. To face your fears, confront your pain, and forge a new kind of strength from the inside out. This is not something that happens when life is easy or when you're surrounded by comfort. It happens in the crucible of solitude." In contrast to this powerful reality, modern culture often pushes the myth that constant networking is the key to success. We are told that the more people you know, the more social events you attend, the more constantly connected you are, the better your life will be. And of course, building relationships is important. Human beings are social creatures. But when networking becomes a way to escape self-development, when it becomes an endless chase for validation, status, and distraction, it becomes dangerous. Knowing thousands of people won't help you if you don't know yourself. Being surrounded by crowds won't save you if you are hollow inside. True success, the kind that actually fulfills you rather than just impressing others, is built first in solitude, not in the crowd. Deep personal development doesn't happen at networking events. It happens in the quiet spaces when you're alone, wrestling with yourself. It happens when you sit down and ask yourself hard questions. Who am I really? What do I believe? What do I want my life to stand for? It happens when you face your fears without numbing them, when you endure boredom without desperately seeking entertainment, when you experience failure and instead of covering it up, you sit with it, learn from it, and become stronger. These moments don't make for flashy Instagram posts. They don't always come with quick rewards, but they are the foundation of lasting strength, confidence, and resilience. Learning to be your own company and actually enjoying it is like training a muscle. At first, it might feel uncomfortable, awkward, even painful. You might experience boredom, restlessness, self-doubt. You might be tempted to reach for your phone, to turn on some noise, to escape the quiet. But if you can resist that impulse, even for a little while, you start to discover something incredible. You realize that your own mind is far richer than you thought. You realize that you are capable of thinking deeper thoughts, feeling deeper emotions, and experiencing a richer kind of life when you give yourself the space to grow without interruption. At first, solitude might reveal your weaknesses, your impatience, your fear, your insecurity, but over time, it strengthens you. You become more patient because you learn to sit with yourself. You become more courageous because you face your fears head on. You become more self-sufficient because you stop relying on constant external stimulation to feel alive. Just like lifting weights makes your muscles sore before it makes them strong, being alone might make you uncomfortable before it makes you powerful. But if you keep training, if you keep showing up, the transformation is inevitable. And here's the beautiful part. Once you've developed real inner toughness through solitude, life gets easier in ways you might not expect. Criticism hurts less because you no longer need everyone's approval. Failure scares you less because you trust your ability to recover. Loneliness doesn't crush you because you know how to enjoy your own company. You stop chasing after shallow pleasures and start building a deeper kind of happiness, one that comes from within and can't be taken away by external circumstances. Ultimately, solitude trains you not just to survive hardship, but to thrive in it. It prepares you to handle the ups and downs of life with grace, courage, and resilience. It teaches you that you are enough, that you don't need constant affirmation from others to be valuable, that you don't need constant noise to feel alive. You realize that true strength isn't about never feeling fear or doubt. It's about being able to walk through fear and doubt without losing yourself. Solitude is not accidental loneliness. It's deliberate training. It's choosing again and again to face yourself fully, to trust yourself deeply, and to build a life that is anchored in inner strength rather than outer appearances. It's not about rejecting the world, but about preparing yourself to step into the world with a strength that comes from within, a strength that doesn't depend on how many people like you, praise you, or agree with you. In solitude, you don't just find your fears, you find your freedom. You don't just face your doubts, you build your destiny. You realize that everything you thought you needed from the outside world, approval, comfort, distraction, was never the source of real strength. The source of real strength has always been inside you, waiting patiently for you to claim it. After everything we've talked about, the power of solitude to build strength, creativity, resilience, and authenticity, it's natural to ask, how do I actually begin? How do you make solitude a real living part of your daily life? Especially when you're used to the constant buzz of notifications, conversations, and distractions. The answer is, you start small. You start in ways that feel manageable, even a little bit playful. You don't have to retreat into the woods for a year or disconnect from everyone you love. You just have to create little pockets of silence, moments of space where your mind and soul can breathe. One of the easiest and most powerful ways to begin is through something I like to call micro-solitude. Micro-solitude means carving out small, deliberate periods of quiet during your day. Moments when you're completely alone, without external noise or digital distractions. It could be as simple as taking a walk without your phone. No music, no podcasts, no texting while you stroll. Just you, your steps, your breath, and your thoughts. At first it might feel strange, your mind might race, you might feel uncomfortable. But with time you'll notice something amazing. Your thoughts begin to slow down. Your mind starts to stretch and relax, like a muscle that's finally getting oxygen after being cramped. You can also create micro-solitude by starting your morning silently. Instead of immediately reaching for your phone, spend the first 15 or 30 minutes just being. Make a cup of coffee or tea. Sit by a window, watch the sunrise. Let your mind wake up naturally without being flooded with headlines, emails, or social media updates. These silent mornings act like a mental reset button. They give you clarity before the noise of the day invades your mind. Another simple but powerful practice is setting aside one no social media day each week. Pick a day, maybe Sunday, maybe Wednesday, and commit to staying completely off social media. No Instagram, no TikTok, no Twitter. Instead, use that time to be with yourself, to read, to reflect, to simply exist without constantly consuming. Once you're comfortable with these smaller practices, you can start building a deeper solitude practice, something more intentional and transformative. One of the most effective ways is through journaling. Journaling isn't just about recording what happened during your day. It's about creating a safe space where you can explore your own thoughts, your fears, your hopes, your confusions. It's a conversation with yourself. And over time, it becomes a mirror, showing you patterns in your thinking, helping you make sense of emotions that otherwise stay tangled and hidden. You don't have to write perfectly. You don't even have to make complete sentences. Just write whatever is real, whatever is alive inside you. Deep reflection is another cornerstone of embracing solitude. Instead of filling every quiet moment with tasks or entertainment, sit with big questions. Ask yourself things like, what truly matters to me? What am I avoiding in my life? What would I do if no one else's opinion mattered? You don't have to have perfect answers. The act of asking is powerful enough. Reflection, like solitude itself, doesn't demand immediate results. It simply invites you to dig deeper, to live more consciously. Philosophical reading can also be an incredible companion during your solitude practice. But not reading for information alone, reading to spark inner dialogue. Pick books that challenge you, that provoke you to think about life, meaning, purpose. Read a few pages, then close the book and sit with what you've read. Let the ideas ferment inside you. Ask yourself, do I agree? Do I disagree? Why? Great philosophical works aren't just meant to be understood, they're meant to be wrestled with. They are springboards into your own mind. Another practical and deeply transformative habit is developing a practice of self-dialogue. This means literally talking to yourself like you would to a close friend, not in a judgmental or critical way, but with curiosity and compassion. When you're faced with a difficult decision, ask yourself, what do I really want? What am I afraid of? What's holding me back? Speak out loud if you want, or write it down. What matters is that you're engaging directly with yourself, treating your own mind and emotions with respect instead of brushing them aside or drowning them out with noise. Of course, no discussion of solitude would be complete without addressing the feeling of loneliness. Sometimes, when we start spending more time alone, loneliness surfaces, and that can be scary. It's important to understand that feeling lonely and being alone are not the same thing. Feeling lonely usually means you are disconnected from meaning, from purpose, from your own sense of belonging, not necessarily from other people. You can be surrounded by a crowd and still feel lonelier than ever. True solitude, when practiced intentionally, actually reduces loneliness because it reconnects you to yourself. It fills the gap that no amount of external connection can ever fully fill. One way to think about this is to practice emotional alchemy, turning the raw material of loneliness into gold. Instead of running from lonely feelings, face them, sit with them, ask, what is this feeling trying to teach me? Maybe it's pointing out areas where you've been neglecting your own inner life. Maybe it's inviting you to create deeper connections, not just with others, but with yourself. Over time, the loneliness transforms. It becomes solitude. It becomes strength. Here are some simple, actionable steps you can start practicing today. Take a 30-minute solo walk every day. Leave your phone at home or keep it on airplane mode. Walk without a destination. Just observe, think, dream. Let your mind breathe. Commit to one no social media day per week. Use that day to read, to write, to think, to simply be. Notice how your mind feels different when it's not constantly bombarded. Schedule regular silent retreats or nature trips. You don't have to spend a month in the mountains. Even a single afternoon at a quiet park, sitting by a river, or hiking a trail alone can have a powerful effect on your mind. Nature naturally quiets the noise inside us. Create a quiet morning ritual. Start your day with 20-30 minutes of silence. No phone, no computer, no TV. Just you, your breath, and your thoughts. This simple habit can completely shift the energy of your day. Keep a self-dialogue journal. Ask yourself one hard question every day and write about it. Over time, you'll see yourself becoming clearer, stronger, and more centered. Practice sit and stare time. Literally set a timer for 10 minutes, sit somewhere quietly, and just stare at a tree, at the sky, at a blank wall. Let your mind settle. Let yourself be bored. Boredom is often the doorway to deeper thought. Remember, solitude is not something you have to earn. It's not a punishment you have to endure. It's a gift you can choose to open every day, a gift that reconnects you to your deepest self. Start small, stay consistent, trust the process. Over time, you will discover that the person you find in solitude isn't someone to be feared. It's someone to be celebrated. It's you, stronger, wiser, freer than you ever imagined. As we come to the end of this journey, I want you to remember something essential. Solitude is not just freedom from others, it's freedom for yourself. It's not about cutting yourself off from the world or rejecting connection. It's about creating a space where your soul can breathe without limits. It's about learning to stand fully in your own presence without needing the constant approval, distraction, or company of others to feel whole. In a world that constantly demands your attention, that constantly pulls at you to conform, perform, and belong, solitude is a revolutionary act. It's a return to your own mind, your own heart, your own sense of being. It's reclaiming the parts of yourself that get buried under noise and pressure. And in that quiet space, you rediscover a kind of freedom that nothing and no one can take away. The freedom to think your own thoughts, to create your own meaning, to live your own truth. I want to leave you with a final challenge, a real one, something you can act on today. Can you spend a full day without your phone? Without social media, without texting, without seeking any external validation, and simply be at peace with yourself? No scrolling, no distractions, just you and your mind, just you and your life. It might sound easy, it might sound terrifying, but if you try it, really try it, you'll discover just how powerful you truly are when you stop looking outward for strength and start finding it within. Every great individual in history, every thinker, every artist, every leader was willing to stand alone when necessary. They didn't wait for the crowd to approve before they dared to think differently, to create boldly, to live authentically. They understood that true greatness is not found in the noise of popularity. It's forged in the silence of solitude. As Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, "The great man is he who in the midst of the crowd keeps with perfect sweetness the independence of solitude." This is the ultimate test, not to run away from the world, but to remain centered, true and free within it. To move through life not desperately needing the crowd, but offering your strength to it, because you are already whole. So today I invite you, even if it's just for 10 minutes, to start practicing solitude. Take a quiet walk, sit silently by yourself, journal your thoughts. Watch the sunset without trying to capture it for social media. Create a small island of peace inside your busy day. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be long. It just has to be real. Because the more you practice standing alone, the more you'll discover that you were never truly alone. You were simply waiting to meet your strongest, truest self. What if everything you thought you needed for happiness, was actually holding you back. Think about that for a moment. The house, the gadgets, the clothes, the subscriptions, the social media feeds, the ambitions that keep multiplying even after you've met your previous goals. We're taught, almost hypnotized, to believe that more is the answer. More options, more stuff, more followers, more experiences. But what if it's not? What if it's less that we need, not more? In today's world, we are drowning in things. Not just physical items, but mental clutter. Notifications, tasks, deadlines, bills, responsibilities, opinions. Everyone and everything wants our attention. Every screen we open screams at us, "Buy this, watch that, you're missing out." And deep down, we know that it's exhausting us. We're more anxious than ever, despite having more comfort than any previous generation. We have the entire world in our pockets, yet we struggle to sit still with our thoughts for more than a few minutes. We feel overwhelmed, overstimulated, and strangely empty. This is the paradox of modern life. We've built a society that praises accumulation but punishes stillness. We rush to fill our homes, calendars, and minds without asking whether the things we're adding bring clarity or chaos. And while it might seem harmless at first, there's a real cost to all of this. The more clutter we allow into our lives, mental, emotional, physical, the less space we leave for what truly matters, like clarity, peace, focus, presence, joy. And this is where the idea of minimalism steps in, not as a trendy aesthetic or a productivity hack, but as a radical rethinking of how we live. Minimalism isn't about having a perfect white-walled house or owning only 30 things. It's about making space. It's about subtracting the noise so you can finally hear your own voice again. It's about asking, what actually matters to me, and having the courage to cut everything else away. But minimalism alone isn't enough. Without depth, it becomes another hollow trend, another thing to show off on Instagram. That's why we need philosophy. Philosophy gives minimalism its soul. It gives us the tools to understand why we crave more in the first place and how we can live more wisely, more intentionally. When you combine minimalism with the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, Taoism, Epicureanism, and Zen Buddhism, you begin to see that the solution isn't just in cleaning your closet, it's in cleaning your mind, your values, and your way of being in the world. You don't need to renounce all your possessions or move to a monastery to experience peace. You just need to start asking different questions. Questions like, do I really need this? What am I chasing and why? What would my life look like if I weren't always trying to keep up? Minimalism, when approached philosophically, becomes more than a design choice. It becomes a way to reclaim your life, a way to walk away from noise and back toward clarity. And if you've ever felt overwhelmed, burnt out, or like you're constantly sprinting just to stay in place, then perhaps it's time to consider that the problem isn't that you don't have enough. It's that you have too much of the wrong things. And once you let go of those, you make space for what you were always really searching for. Minimalism at its core is about intentionality. It's about choosing what truly matters and letting go of what doesn't. It's not about living with nothing or depriving yourself of comfort. It's about removing the excess so that what remains has more space, more meaning, and more presence in your life. It's living in such a way that your environment, your schedule, your thoughts, and your priorities are aligned with your values. Minimalism isn't a one-size-fits-all rulebook. It's a mindset, a filter you apply to every aspect of your life to help you decide, is this helping me live better, or is it just noise? One of the biggest misconceptions about minimalism is that it's about austerity, that it means owning only a set number of possessions, living in an empty apartment with white walls, and refusing to enjoy anything material. But that's not minimalism, that's extremism. True minimalism doesn't say own nothing, it says own what serves you. If a bookshelf full of books brings you joy and reflection, it belongs. If a single chair and one spoon make your life more peaceful, then that's enough. Minimalism is about designing your life in a way that supports your well-being, not impressing others, not copying a trend, but choosing simplicity with purpose. In recent years, minimalism has exploded in popularity. You've probably seen it on YouTube channels, Instagram accounts, Netflix documentaries, or lifestyle blogs. Marie Kondo became a household name with her idea of sparking joy. Digital minimalism, led by thinkers like Cal Newport, encouraged people to take control of their technology use. Even mainstream advertising has started selling minimalist products. But while this rise in popularity has helped many people discover the benefits of living with less, it also comes with a downside. It often turns minimalism into a surface-level aesthetic rather than a meaningful lifestyle shift. That's the danger of trends. They can water down powerful ideas. Minimalism isn't just about how your apartment looks. It's not about posting pictures of empty desks or throwing out 90% of your wardrobe. Those things might be part of it, but they're not the heart of it. The heart of minimalism is about asking better questions. What do I actually need to live a good life? Why do I keep filling my life with things that add stress instead of value? What am I really searching for beneath all this accumulation? Let's face it, we live in a world where people are drowning in stuff, but starving for meaning. We buy more clothes, but feel less confident. We scroll for hours, but feel more disconnected. We chase careers, achievements, and upgrades, but still feel like something's missing. And this isn't just a coincidence, it's the consequence of living in a system that equates more with better, but as we're starting to see, more often leads to overwhelm, not joy. So we're left with a very honest, very unsettling question. Why, despite owning more than ever before, are people less happy? You'd think with all the advancements in technology, transportation, convenience, and comfort, we'd be living in an age of contentment. But the reality is just the opposite. Rates of anxiety, depression, loneliness, and burnout are all rising. People feel more stressed, more distracted, more purposeless. And maybe, just maybe, it's because we've filled our lives with so much that we've lost sight of what really matters. This is where minimalism can help, but not the shallow, Instagram-filtered version. The kind of minimalism that's rooted in ancient philosophy. Because long before minimalism became a buzzword, it was a way of life for many of the world's wisest thinkers. The Stoics, for example, believed in focusing only on what is essential. They trained themselves to avoid unnecessary desires, to embrace discomfort, and to find contentment in simplicity. Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor, wrote extensively about letting go of things that distract the soul. He knew that power, fame, and luxury were fleeting, and that peace comes from within, not from possessions. Taoism, another ancient tradition, teaches the value of flowing with life rather than constantly trying to control it. Taoist masters emphasize simplicity, stillness, and detachment from the material world, not as a rejection of pleasure, but as a return to harmony. They saw the beauty in empty spaces, the wisdom in silence, and the power in doing less. Epictetus, often misunderstood as a hedonist, actually preached the exact opposite of indulgence. He believed that happiness came from modesty, self-sufficiency, and the pursuit of intellectual and emotional pleasures over material ones. To Epicurus, the simple life was the path to the most lasting joy. Zen Buddhism brought perhaps the most refined version of minimalist philosophy. Its core is emptiness, not as a void, but as a space of infinite possibility. Zen practice involves shedding layers of distraction, clutter, and ego until only presence remains. Through mindfulness, simplicity, and inner clarity, Zen aims to cut through life's noise and reveal the peace already within. These philosophical traditions weren't about cleaning out closets, they were about cleaning out illusions. They understood that when we chase too much, we lose touch with ourselves, and that by doing less, not more, we actually become more alive, more focused, more at peace. So when we ask, why are we less happy with more stuff? The answer is not just psychological or economic, it's philosophical. We've forgotten how to live with intention. We've mistaken accumulation for fulfillment. And we've stopped listening to the wisdom of stillness, of simplicity, of clarity. Minimalism, in its most powerful form, is a return to that wisdom. It's a modern answer rooted in ancient insight. It's not a rejection of the world, but a re-evaluation of how we live in it. And in the sections to come, we'll dive deeper into each of these philosophical perspectives. Stoicism, Taoism, Epicureanism, and Zen, and see how their timeless teachings can guide us to live with less, but feel so much more. At the heart of Stoicism lies a simple but life-changing idea. We suffer more from our judgments than from the world itself. The Stoics taught that our well-being does not depend on external circumstances, but on how we choose to perceive and respond to them. And one of their most enduring principles is this: learn to distinguish between what you can control and what you cannot. This may seem like common sense, but few people actually live this way. We spend enormous amounts of energy worrying about things outside our control. What others think of us, whether we'll be successful, if we're keeping up with others, if we have enough. But according to the Stoics, this is wasted effort. Real peace begins when you accept that only your thoughts, actions, and attitudes are within your power. Everything else, fame, fortune, other people's opinions, even your own body, is ultimately beyond your full command. Once you internalize the Stoic division of control, you begin to see that many of the things you accumulate are attempts to control the uncontrollable. You buy expensive clothes to control how others perceive you. You fill your calendar with obligations to prove your value. You decorate your life with things that scream, "I'm doing well," because deep down, you fear that without them, you won't be enough. But the Stoic would ask, does this truly serve you? Or are you just reacting to fear, insecurity, or ego? This is where the philosophy meets practice. Take Marcus Aurelius, for instance. He was the most powerful man in the Roman Empire, and yet in his private writings, he constantly reminded himself to strip away anything unnecessary. He asked himself regularly, does this add value or meaning to my life? For a man surrounded by luxury, that's a radical question, and it's still radical today. If an emperor can ask himself whether his wealth, power, or possessions actually matter, so can we. Try applying Marcus's question to your own life. Open your closet, scroll through your phone apps, look at your calendar and ask, does this add meaning? If it doesn't, it's probably a source of friction, not peace. When you reduce these unnecessary inputs, you create room for clarity, not just physically, but mentally. Imagine waking up in a clean space without visual clutter. Imagine not being pulled in 10 different directions by notifications and noise. That's not just aesthetic, that's mental discipline. And that's what Stoicism offers, the clarity that comes from cutting away what's not essential. Seneca, another giant of Stoic thought, went even deeper into the connection between simplicity and contentment. He believed that wealth is not about having much, but about needing little. In one of his letters he wrote, It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, who is poor. This flips the modern idea of success completely on its head. Today, we are conditioned to think that success means having more money, more status, more stuff. But Seneca would say, the more you crave, the less free you are. You become a servant to your desires. Seneca even practiced voluntary discomfort. He would sleep on the floor, eat plain food, or wear simple clothes, not because he had to, but because he wanted to train himself to see how little he actually needed to be content. He didn't want to be enslaved by luxury or comfort. He wanted to prove to himself that happiness was internal, that if everything external were taken away, he would still remain whole. Now, let's bring this into the real world with a modern example. Think of someone like Ryan Holiday, a contemporary writer who has brought Stoicism into modern life. He lives on a farm, keeps a minimalist workspace, and writes about how cutting out distractions and non-essential possessions has made him not only more productive, but more focused and at peace. He practices what he calls practical Stoicism. No clutter, no noise, just discipline, presence, and purpose. And this isn't just about work, it's about how he lives, how he thinks, how he raises his children. That's the power of Stoic minimalism. It doesn't just clean your house, it cleans your mind. Another real-world example might be someone in a high-pressure job who learns Stoic philosophy and realizes that their relentless chase for status and income is actually eroding their peace of mind. Maybe they downsize their home, simplify their lifestyle, and begin journaling in the mornings. They reflect on what truly matters, and gradually the noise in their life fades. They become more grounded, more present, and less reactive to the chaos around them. That's not a lifestyle change, that's a transformation of values. So how can you begin applying Stoic minimalism in your own life? Start with daily reflection. This is one of the most powerful tools in the Stoic toolkit. Each morning or evening, take a few minutes to ask yourself, what am I holding on to that I don't need? What in my day was outside of my control, and how did I respond? What do I truly need to be content? Write your answers down. Make this a habit. Over time, you'll begin to notice patterns, places where you're chasing things that don't matter, habits that clutter your mind, distractions that drain your energy. Next, apply the Stoic filter to your environment. Go through your belongings, not with the question, do I use this, but does this contribute to a meaningful life? If something serves a clear purpose or brings genuine joy, keep it. If it's just occupying space, mentally or physically, let it go. Then apply it to your time. Look at your commitments. Ask yourself, why am I doing this? Is it out of obligation, fear, status, or is it aligned with your values? The Stoics were ruthless in cutting out what didn't matter, not because they were cold, but because they understood that life is short and attention is sacred. One final practice: embrace voluntary simplicity now and then. Try going a day without your phone, eat a plain meal, wear simple clothes, not as punishment, but as training, to show yourself how little you actually need to be okay, to prove to yourself that peace isn't bought, it's cultivated. In the end, Stoicism teaches us that clarity doesn't come from having more, it comes from needing less. And control doesn't come from grasping tighter, it comes from letting go of what you can't control and focusing deeply on what you can. In that space between letting go of the unnecessary and embracing the essential, you find freedom. And this truly is the foundation of philosophical minimalism. Not just a clean desk or an organized closet, but a disciplined, intentional, and deeply free mind. A mind that knows what matters and has the courage to live accordingly. Taoism offers a radically different perspective from the world most of us live in today. It's not obsessed with control, achievement, or even understanding everything. Instead, it focuses on aligning with the natural flow of life, the Tao. The Tao, according to ancient Chinese philosophy, is the mysterious force that runs through all things: nature, time, the universe, and even human behavior. It's not something you can see or hold. It's something you feel when you stop resisting and start flowing. And this philosophy of effortless alignment with life gives us a powerful lens to understand and apply minimalism, not as a rigid rule book, but as a way of being. Taoism teaches that much of our suffering comes from resistance, trying too hard to shape reality into our idea of what it should be. But the Tao says, let go, stop pushing, stop forcing, stop overcomplicating. Just like a river doesn't fight its way around rocks. It flows naturally, effortlessly, so too should we move through life with grace and acceptance. This idea is deeply connected to simplicity. The more we try to control everything, our possessions, our image, our outcomes, the more tangled and chaotic life becomes. But when we let go, when we return to what is simple, gentle, and natural, peace begins to emerge. Lao Tzu, the legendary author of the Tao Te Ching, captured this beautifully in a line that still resonates centuries later. Simplicity, patience, compassion, these are your greatest treasures. Notice that he doesn't mention wealth, success, intelligence, or control. He points us toward inner qualities, ways of relating to the world that have nothing to do with accumulation and everything to do with connection. Simplicity in Taoism isn't a downgrade. It's not about losing anything. It's about making space to actually feel the rhythm of life again. And when you begin to live this way, minimalism becomes a natural outcome, not a forced one. One of the most beautiful concepts in Taoism is the value of empty space. In Western culture, we often think of emptiness as negative, something that needs to be filled. An empty shelf? Let's buy something to put on it. An empty hour? Let's fill it with scrolling, watching, or working. But the Taoist sees emptiness differently. Lao Tzu wrote, "We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside that holds whatever we want." In other words, it's not the material that gives value, it's the space it creates. Apply this to your life. Look around your home. Where is there room to breathe? Where is there stillness? Is your physical space overfilled with objects you barely notice? Is your mind constantly occupied with worries, tasks, and noise? Taoism invites you to consider that the absence of things can be more powerful than the presence of them. That stillness can be more nourishing than stimulation. That space can be more meaningful than stuff. This isn't abstract, it has direct practical applications. One of the simplest Taoist-inspired exercises is this. Walk through your home, not to clean or organize, but just to observe. Notice how much is actually there. Notice the items you walk past every day but never use, the books you never read, the trinkets you don't remember buying. Then, gently ask yourself, not harshly, but with curiosity, am I holding on to this because it serves me now, or because I once thought it might? Taoism doesn't demand you throw it all away. It simply invites you to let go of your grip, to release your attachment to outcomes, to identity tied up in things, to the belief that more will make you more. Another practice is creating intentional stillness. In Taoist homes and temples, space is honored. Rooms are simple, open, and uncluttered, not for appearance's sake, but because empty space is seen as sacred. Try bringing this into your own environment. Clear off a surface, leave a space open, choose one corner of a room and keep it minimal. Just a chair and a lamp or a plant and a cushion. Let that space represent clarity, openness, calm. Don't fill it. Let it breathe. On a deeper level, Taoism also encourages emotional minimalism. Letting go doesn't just apply to objects, it also applies to expectations and judgments. One of the most toxic habits we develop is clinging to specific outcomes. I must get this job. They must love me back. This plan must succeed. Taoism reminds us that life doesn't follow our plans, it flows according to its own wisdom, and the more we try to force it, the more frustrated we become. But when we let go of our need to control everything, when we soften our expectations and stay present, we start to feel peace again. So how do we apply this in daily life? Start small. Every morning, practice non-attachment. When something doesn't go your way, traffic, a missed deadline, a changed plan, pause and remind yourself, this is not mine to control. Let it go. Breathe into the moment. Focus on how you're responding, not on what you can't change. That alone can remove enormous clutter from your mind. In your environment, choose one area to simplify, not because it's messy, but because it's overstimulating. Maybe it's your desk, maybe it's your phone screen, maybe it's your schedule. Remove a few things, not all, just a few. Leave the space open. Watch how it feels. Let stillness speak. Another Taoist-inspired ritual is the practice of nothingness. Set aside just 5 minutes a day to do nothing. No phone, no book, no talking, no to-do list. Just sit or stand or lie down in silence. Let your thoughts pass. Don't chase them. Don't analyze them. Just be. This practice is subtle but powerful. Over time, it reconnects you to the present, to your body, and to the quiet intelligence of the moment. The actionable takeaway here is simple but profound. Make room. In your space, your time, your mind. Don't just declutter, deload. Don't just simplify, soften. Taoism isn't about conquering life. It's about aligning with it. And when you begin to live this way, you'll notice something beautiful happening. You'll feel less urgency, less pressure, less grasping. And in that quiet, open space, joy arises. Not from stimulation, but from presence. Taoism teaches us that the way to freedom isn't through control, it's through surrender. And minimalism, when practiced through the Taoist lens, becomes more than just an external lifestyle. It becomes a way of moving through the world, gently, lightly, intentionally, with space to breathe and space to be. When people hear the name Epictetus, they often assume he was some kind of ancient party philosopher, someone who advocated for indulgence, luxury, and doing whatever feels good. The word Epicurean in modern language has become linked with fine dining, gourmet experiences, and a kind of elite pleasure-seeking lifestyle. But the truth about Epicurus and his philosophy is almost the complete opposite. He was not a hedonist in the way people often think. He didn't believe that endless pleasure was the goal of life. He believed that peace was, and he taught that the most reliable way to reach that peace was through simplicity, moderation, and contentment with very little. Epicurus lived a life of intentional simplicity. He had a small garden, ate plain meals, and surrounded himself with friends who valued honest conversation and self-reflection over wealth or fame. For him, the greatest pleasures were not found in excess or extravagance, but in the freedom from fear, anxiety, and constant craving. His version of pleasure was calm, sustainable, and deeply personal. It wasn't the high of excitement. It was the comfort of being at ease with yourself and your life. One of his most profound and often quoted lines is this: "Not what we have, but what we enjoy constitutes our abundance." This single sentence flips the modern consumer mindset on its head. It suggests that true wealth doesn't come from owning more, it comes from enjoying what we already have. You can live in a palace and feel empty, or live in a one-room apartment and feel rich, because abundance, in the Epicurean sense, is not about accumulation, it's about appreciation. This philosophy fits perfectly with the minimalist mindset. While minimalism encourages us to reduce our possessions and obligations, Epicureanism teaches us why that matters. When you strip away the noise of unnecessary desire, you create space for real pleasure, the kind that doesn't expire after the thrill fades, the kind that nourishes you without demanding more. Epicurus divided human desires into three categories: natural and necessary, natural but unnecessary, and neither natural nor necessary. This framework offers a powerful lens for re-evaluating what we pursue. Natural and necessary desires include things like food, shelter, friendship, rest. These are the basics of a content life. Natural but unnecessary desires might include fancy meals, luxury clothing, or elaborate entertainment. These things can be enjoyed, but they're not required for happiness. Neither natural nor necessary desires are the ones that cause us the most trouble: status, fame, constant novelty, the need to impress others. Epicurus warned that chasing these unnatural and unnecessary desires would only lead to dissatisfaction, anxiety, and dependence on external validation. Instead, he recommended that we train ourselves to find joy in the simple, quiet, and sustainable pleasures of life. So what does that look like today, in a world dominated by advertising, consumer culture, and social media comparison? It starts with slowing down and noticing where your pleasures actually come from. Are they real, or are they reactions to societal pressure? For example, when you buy a new gadget, are you really excited about the object itself, or are you trying to fill a void, or impress others, or feel momentarily important? When you book a vacation, is it for genuine rest and connection, or for the pictures you'll post? These are not judgments, they're invitations to reflect. An Epicurean approach invites you to ask, what do I actually enjoy? Not what I'm told I should enjoy, not what others seem to enjoy, but what brings me quiet, fulfilling satisfaction. That might be a walk in nature, a deep conversation, a home-cooked meal, a morning with no agenda. These pleasures don't require money, status, or external achievement. They require attention, presence, and self-awareness. One practical step you can take is what I call the desire inventory. Sit down with a piece of paper and write out your major desires, things you spend your time and energy pursuing. Then label each one using Epicurus's categories. Is it natural and necessary? Natural but unnecessary? Or neither? Be honest with yourself. You may be surprised at how many of your daily actions are driven by desires that don't actually lead to contentment. Once you see this clearly, you can begin to let go of the ones that don't serve you and simplify your life in a way that feels liberating rather than limiting. Another helpful exercise is to practice intentional gratitude for simple pleasures. Each day, make a habit of noticing and mentally acknowledging the small joys in your life. A warm cup of tea, a moment of silence, a text from a friend, the way sunlight comes through your window. Don't just notice them, savor them. The mind that learns to find abundance in the ordinary becomes far less vulnerable to the traps of comparison and craving. Epicurus also emphasized the importance of friendship as one of life's essential pleasures. He believed that meaningful relationships were key to human happiness, not networking, not social climbing, but honest, mutual, supportive connection. In your minimalist journey, think about how much time and energy you dedicate to nurturing the relationships that actually matter. Are you investing in people who bring peace and joy into your life? Or are you distracted by shallow interactions that leave you drained? There's also the idea of voluntary simplicity, which echoes Epicurean values. It's the conscious choice to live with less, not out of guilt, but out of clarity. To walk away from unnecessary desire is to walk towards something better. More time, more peace, more freedom. This could mean spending less money, decluttering your home, simplifying your meals, or even scaling back on work hours to reclaim more of your life. Again, the key is intentionality. You don't give things up because they're bad. You let them go because you found something better. And that something better is often just space. Space in your day to breathe. Space in your mind to think. Space in your heart to be still. In a world obsessed with more, space is one of the most luxurious things you can have. And you don't have to buy it. You just have to stop filling it. To live like Epictetus is to understand that pleasure is not found in abundance, but in appreciated sufficiency. That less can not only be enough, it can be more stable, more joyful, more real. So here's your Epicurean takeaway. Identify one desire in your life that causes unnecessary stress. Ask yourself whether it's truly necessary or just conditioned. Try letting go of it for a week. Replace it with a simple, low-cost pleasure that's easy to access, like taking a walk, writing in a journal, cooking a basic meal, or reconnecting with an old friend. Do this not as a discipline, but as an experiment. See how it feels. You might discover that what you thought you needed was only ever a distraction from what you already had. Epictetus didn't promise excitement, he promised peace. And in a world that never stops shouting, that's the kind of quiet we all need more of. Zen Buddhism offers a powerful and poetic approach to minimalism, one that doesn't begin in the closet or the calendar, but in the mind. While other philosophies may emphasize detachment, simplicity, or intentionality, Zen focuses on direct experience. It doesn't give you a long list of doctrines or intellectual frameworks to memorize. Instead, it invites you to look, to sit, to breathe, to pay attention to the present moment so completely that the noise of your thoughts begins to dissolve and something deeper, something simpler starts to emerge. At the heart of Zen is the practice of mindfulness, an awareness that is rooted in right now. Zen teaches that most of our suffering comes from living either in the past, through regret and nostalgia, or in the future, through worry and anticipation. We rarely experience the moment we are in, even though it's the only one that actually exists. This disconnect is what fills our minds with clutter. We carry around stories, identities, anxieties, and judgments like old, unnecessary luggage. Zen asks us to put that luggage down, not through force, but through attention. When we learn to be fully present, to accept reality exactly as it is, something magical happens. We begin to see clearly again, and that clarity is the very foundation of peace. One of the most misunderstood concepts in Zen is emptiness. To many people, emptiness sounds bleak or depressing, like something is missing. But in Zen, emptiness isn't a lack, it's a kind of spaciousness. It's the idea that when you strip away mental clutter, assumptions, and attachments, you don't end up with nothing. You end up with openness, with freedom, with pure potential. Think of an empty bowl. It's not useless because it's empty. In fact, it's useful because it's empty. You can fill it with food, water, flowers, or nothing at all. Its emptiness is its gift. Zen applies this metaphor to the mind. A cluttered mind, like a bowl overflowing with noise, has no room for new experience. But a clear mind, an empty mind, is full of potential. It can hold anything, receive anything, respond with freshness and presence rather than reactivity and habit. This is where Zen minimalism shines. It's not about cleaning out your garage, though that may happen too. It's about creating mental space, about letting go of internal noise so you can actually hear your own breath, feel the warmth of a cup of tea, see the light shifting through your window without narrating it, judging it, or needing it to be different. It's a radical return to being instead of always becoming. So how do we begin? The foundation of Zen practice is meditation, often called zazen or sitting meditation. It's incredibly simple but not always easy. You find a quiet space, sit comfortably with your back straight, and focus on your breath. Inhale, exhale. When your thoughts wander, which they will, you gently notice them and then return to the breath, over and over again. You're not trying to stop thoughts. You're not trying to achieve anything. You're just sitting, just being. At first, your mind will probably resist. It's used to movement, stimulation, distraction. But with practice, you start to notice a shift. You become more aware of your own inner patterns. You realize how often your mind races without reason, how many judgments and anxieties arise uninvited. But instead of being trapped in them, you learn to simply observe. You create space between stimulus and response, and in that space is where peace begins. This practice of mindfulness meditation isn't just spiritual fluff. It has real, measurable effects. Neuroscience has shown that consistent mindfulness practice can reduce stress, increase focus, improve emotional regulation, and even change the structure of the brain in ways that promote calm and clarity. It's one of the most accessible and effective tools for mental minimalism, and it requires no money, no special equipment, and no beliefs. Just your breath, your body, and your attention. Another powerful Zen practice is what's sometimes called everyday mindfulness. You bring the same presence from sitting meditation into your daily activities. Washing dishes, walking, eating, even folding laundry. These become opportunities to practice presence. Instead of rushing through them to get to the next thing, you slow down. You feel the texture of the plate, the rhythm of your feet, the temperature of the water. You allow yourself to be fully where you are. This kind of practice grounds you. It reduces the compulsive need to multitask or distract yourself, and it transforms ordinary moments into sources of peace. Zen also invites us to examine our attachment to thoughts. In the Zen tradition, thoughts are seen as clouds, temporary, ever-changing, and ultimately not who you are. You are the sky behind them. This idea can be incredibly liberating. When you stop identifying with every thought or feeling that arises, you gain distance. You learn to witness your experience rather than be consumed by it, and with that witnessing comes freedom. So how can you bring this into your own life? First, create a small space for daily Zen practice. It could be 5 minutes of silent sitting in the morning. No phone, no music, just stillness. Sit, breathe, notice. If thoughts come, let them pass like clouds. When you get distracted, return to your breath. That's the practice. It's not about being perfect, it's about returning. Second, choose one daily activity to perform mindfully. Brushing your teeth, drinking your morning coffee, walking to the store. Instead of doing it automatically, slow down. Pay attention. Notice the sounds, smells, sensations. Be where you are. Third, reduce noise. This could be literal noise, background TV, constant music, ambient chaos, or it could be informational noise, social media, headlines, to-do lists. Try carving out one quiet hour a day. No inputs, no multitasking, just stillness, however you define it. Finally, reflect on what you carry mentally. What are the grudges, the worries, the inner dialogues that play on repeat? What would happen if you didn't hold on so tightly to them? Zen doesn't ask you to suppress them. It asks you to see through them, to notice that they are not fixed truths. They are just weather, and like weather, they will pass. The actionable takeaway here is this. Peace doesn't come from adding more. It comes from subtracting what blocks it. And most of what blocks peace isn't out there. It's inside us. Zen helps us see that clearly, not by preaching, but by pointing us back to the breath, to the body, to the moment. In a culture obsessed with doing, Zen reminds us to be. In a world addicted to noise, Zen offers silence. In a society driven by accumulation, Zen shows us the power of letting go. And when we combine Zen practice with minimalism, we begin to realize that simplicity is not the absence of richness, it is the presence of what is essential. And often what is essential is already here. We just need to clear away the clutter to see it. Philosophical minimalism isn't just a theory or something to admire from afar. It's a way of living that you can apply every single day. And when you combine the wisdom of Stoicism, Taoism, Epicureanism, and Zen Buddhism, what you get isn't a rigid system but a flexible, deeply human guide to simplifying your life in the most meaningful ways. Each of these philosophies contributes something essential. Stoicism teaches clarity and control. Taoism offers flow and harmony. Epicureanism reminds us to enjoy simple pleasures, and Zen grounds us in the present moment. Now that we've explored their core ideas, let's bring them together into a practical lifestyle you can actually live, starting today. Let's begin with physical minimalism. This is often the first area people think of when they hear the word minimalism, and for good reason. Our physical environments reflect and reinforce our mental state. When your space is cluttered, your mind feels chaotic. When your space is clear, your mind can rest. But philosophical minimalism doesn't mean throwing everything away for the sake of emptiness. It means curating your surroundings with intentionality. The Stoics would ask, is this essential? Marcus Aurelius posed this exact question in his writings, urging himself to let go of anything that did not directly serve his higher purpose. Taoism would ask, does this create harmony? Because in Taoist thought, objects that disrupt the natural flow of space also disrupt your energy. Epicurus would ask, does this bring true pleasure? Not excitement or status, but quiet joy. And Zen would ask, can you be fully present with this item? If the answer is no, it may be distracting more than serving. So when you go to declutter your home, don't just ask if something is useful or not. Ask deeper questions. Do I use this regularly? Does this item support the life I want to live? Am I keeping this out of fear, guilt, or habit? Would I buy this again today, knowing what I know now? You don't need to get rid of everything. In fact, don't approach this like a purge. Do it like a meditation, one drawer at a time, one shelf at a time. As you move through your space, ask yourself, what do I actually need to live well? You'll find that it's probably far less than you thought. Once your physical space begins to align with your values, move to digital minimalism, which may be even more important in today's world. We are bombarded with digital noise, messages, notifications, ads, headlines, scrolling feeds. It's constant. And it fragments our attention, clutters our thoughts, and wears down our sense of peace. From a philosophical standpoint, digital clutter is a modern form of attachment. It's our attempt to stay constantly connected, constantly stimulated, constantly affirmed. But the more input you allow in, the harder it becomes to hear your own voice. That's where digital minimalism, informed by philosophy, can change everything. The Stoics would suggest putting limits on how much information you consume, especially if it's outside your control. Don't waste your energy on things that don't concern your actions. Taoism would suggest disconnecting from digital noise to reconnect with the Tao, the flow of the present. Epicureanism would remind you that constant scrolling is rarely a source of genuine pleasure. It's more often a form of escape. And Zen would tell you to turn the phone off, sit still, and breathe. So how do you practice digital minimalism? Start with a digital audit. Look at every app on your phone and ask, does this serve a meaningful purpose? Unsubscribe from newsletters you never read. Turn off non-essential notifications. Move distracting apps off your home screen or delete them entirely. Choose specific times of day for checking email or social media instead of letting it happen constantly and unconsciously. Then replace digital noise with digital intention. Instead of opening your phone out of boredom, open it with purpose, to message a friend, learn something new, or create. Set time limits on social media. Use tools like website blockers during focused work periods. Create tech-free rituals, like no screens an hour before bed, or a digital Sabbath once a week where you disconnect completely. Even more powerful, schedule time for silence, a 10-minute walk without your phone, a meal eaten without distractions, a day without headphones. These small pauses reset your nervous system and reconnect you with the deeper rhythm of life. Next is mental minimalism, the practice of simplifying your inner world. This is where philosophy really shines, because all four traditions we've explored understand that peace is not about what's happening outside of us, it's about what's happening within. Start with Stoic journaling, a daily practice of reflection and clarity. In the morning, ask, what am I likely to face today? What is within my control? How can I respond with integrity? At night, reflect, what did I do well today? Where did I fall short? What can I improve tomorrow? This simple act of reflection creates clarity. It clears mental clutter. It helps you focus on what matters. It aligns your actions with your values. From the Zen perspective, practice mindful observation. Notice your thoughts without reacting to them. You don't need to fight your mind, just witness it. Throughout the day, pause and take a breath. Ask, where am I right now? What am I feeling without judgment? What is this moment asking of me? Even a 5-minute mindfulness session, just sitting and breathing, can create space between thoughts and reactions. And that space is where peace lives. Epicureanism contributes by reminding us to regularly check in with our desires. What are you chasing today? Is it truly necessary? Will it bring lasting joy? Or is it a distraction from what actually matters? The Epicurean mind is trained to want less but enjoy more. So take time weekly to list the simple pleasures you've experienced. A walk, a conversation, a quiet cup of tea. Reflect on how these moments required almost nothing, but gave so much. Taoism helps us release the need to control everything. Once a week, practice what I'd call radical surrender. Whatever happens that day, traffic, delays, disruptions, use it as training. Don't resist, flow, smile. Say to yourself, this is not a mistake, this is the way. You'll be amazed at how light you feel when you stop trying to force outcomes and start riding the wave of life. To bring all this together, here's a simple daily, weekly, monthly action plan. Daily. 5-10 minutes of silent mindfulness meditation, morning or evening. 5 minutes of Stoic journaling. Intentions in the morning, reflection at night. 1 mindful activity. A walk, a meal, or a task done slowly and intentionally. Limit phone use, no aimless scrolling. 1 act of conscious enjoyment, savoring a simple pleasure. Weekly. Digital detox day or half day, no social media, no unnecessary screens. 1 decluttering task, 1 drawer, shelf, or digital folder. Reflection session. Review your desires. What are you chasing? Is it essential? Reconnect with a friend or loved one. Monthly. Larger decluttering session, home, workspace, or digital systems. Day of silence or solitude, even partial, to reconnect with yourself. Reread or reflect on a key philosophical idea and see how you've applied it. Recommit to simplicity by reviewing your habits, commitments, and routines. Philosophical minimalism is not about becoming a monk or living in a tiny house unless that's what you want. It's about removing everything that distracts you from living with purpose, peace, and joy. It's about choosing less, but better. And in a world that constantly pressures you to do more, have more, be more, choosing less is one of the most powerful things you can do. Because ultimately, a minimalist life isn't an empty life. It's a full one, full of presence, meaning, freedom, and calm. And you don't have to wait to start living it. You can begin today with one breath, one drawer, one mindful moment. That's all it takes. The true power of philosophical minimalism is not found in what you give up, it's found in what you gain. When you begin to simplify your life with intention, drawing on timeless philosophical wisdom, you unlock benefits that are deeper, more lasting, and more liberating than anything consumer culture could ever offer. Philosophical minimalism isn't about restriction, it's about freedom, and the benefits are both emotional and practical, reaching every part of your life, from your mental health to your relationships to your sense of purpose and joy. One of the most immediate transformations people experience is greater mental clarity. We live in an age of noise, constant information, relentless schedules, and cluttered environments. The modern mind is overstimulated and undernourished. But when you start practicing minimalism with a philosophical backbone, letting go of what doesn't matter and focusing on what does, your mind begins to settle. It's like cleaning a dirty window. Suddenly you can see clearly again. Without the fog of excess decisions, distractions, and desires, you begin to notice what's been there all along, your own thoughts, your own priorities, your own values. And in that clarity, anxiety begins to fade. You're no longer being pulled in 20 directions at once. You're no longer weighed down by the pressure to keep up. You start breathing easier, physically and mentally. From that clarity comes another gift, improved productivity and creativity. When you're no longer distracted by constant noise, your focus sharpens. You stop wasting time on low-value tasks and start channeling your energy into what matters most. Whether you're writing, building, teaching, designing, or simply trying to live a more present life, minimalism clears the runway for deep work and deep thought. There's a reason why so many great thinkers and artists throughout history lived simply. They understood that clutter kills focus. They didn't hoard ideas, tools, or distractions. They created space so that their minds could stretch and explore. When you minimize distractions, your mind has room to wander, play, and innovate. And yet philosophical minimalism doesn't just make you more productive, it makes you happier. Not in a surface-level dopamine hit kind of way, but in a deep, grounded, contented kind of way. When you stop chasing after every shiny thing and start appreciating the richness of what you already have, life slows down in the best possible way. You become more present, you savor simple moments. You begin to realize that happiness doesn't come from adding more, but from wanting less. Epictetus understood this over 2,000 years ago. He taught that by simplifying our desires and learning to enjoy life's natural and necessary pleasures, friendship, food, reflection, we become truly free, and that freedom is the root of joy. Minimalism also transforms your relationships. When you no longer fill your time and space with meaningless noise, you create room for connection. When you stop performing for social media and start being fully present with the people in front of you, your relationships deepen. You start to value quality over quantity, not just with stuff, but with people too. And this is something all the great philosophies agree on. Relationships matter. Epictetus built his entire school around friendship. The Stoics believed in the brotherhood of mankind. Lao Tzu emphasized compassion as one of the three treasures. Zen Buddhism teaches that presence, true, undivided attention, is the most loving gift you can give. When you strip away everything that distracts you from connection, you're left with something real. History offers powerful examples of these transformations. Marcus Aurelius, despite being the emperor of Rome, constantly reminded himself to live simply. In his journal Meditations, he wrote about stripping away luxury, resisting temptation, and focusing only on what was essential for a virtuous life. He understood that peace couldn't be found in titles or wealth, it could only be found in inner clarity. He ruled one of the largest empires in history, yet he sought the humility and simplicity of a philosopher. Then there's Henry David Thoreau, the American writer and transcendentalist who famously retreated to a small cabin at Walden Pond to live deliberately. His goal wasn't to escape the world, but to better understand it by removing everything unnecessary. He wrote, "Our life is frittered away by detail. Simplify, simplify." Thoreau believed that in order to truly live, you had to reduce your life to its essence, not because life was meant to be hard, but because it was meant to be real. His experiment in simplicity was a rebellion against the noise of modern life and a return to what matters: nature, thought, solitude, and meaning. Lao Tzu, the father of Taoism, lived a life of quiet retreat and wrote only a short book, the Tao Te Ching. Yet his ideas have echoed for centuries. His teachings encouraged simplicity, stillness, and harmony with the natural world. He didn't measure life by accomplishment, wealth, or fame, but by how aligned a person was with the Tao, the natural flow of life. For Lao Tzu, peace came not from doing more, but from doing less, and doing it with intention and grace. And then there's Epictetus, who created a philosophical community based on the simple life. His garden was a place not of indulgence, but of quiet friendship, reflection, and joy in simple pleasures. He taught his followers that once your basic needs were met, happiness came not from acquiring more, but from desiring less. He understood that real pleasure wasn't about consumption, it was about contentment. But you don't need to be a historical figure to experience these benefits. Ordinary people are living these transformations every day. A busy professional who downsizes their home to reduce stress and create more family time. A teenager who deletes social media and rediscovers the joy of reading and walking outdoors. A young parent who replaces constant multitasking with focused, device-free time with their child. A creator who stops comparing themselves online and rededicates their energy to meaningful work. These are modern examples of philosophical minimalism in action, and they're just as profound as anything written in an ancient scroll. So what kind of transformation can you expect? You might find yourself waking up with less dread and more clarity. Your home will feel lighter, calmer, more breathable. Your time will feel more spacious. Your mind, once filled with racing thoughts, may start to slow down. You'll stop looking outside yourself for happiness and start finding it in simple, ordinary moments. You'll reconnect with your values, your purpose, your relationships. You'll stop living reactively and start living intentionally. You may even begin to feel something rare in modern life: enoughness. That sense that you are not lacking, that nothing is missing, that this moment, this breath, this life, just as it is whole. And that's the real power of philosophical minimalism. It doesn't just make your life look better, it makes your life feel better, lighter, freer, more aligned with who you are and what you truly want. It doesn't promise perfection, it doesn't eliminate all struggle, but it gives you a compass, a way to navigate a noisy world without getting lost in it, a way to come home to yourself, again and again. Throughout this journey, we explored 4 of the world's most profound philosophical traditions: Stoicism, Taoism, Epicureanism, and Zen Buddhism, and found a shared truth woven through them all. Less is not a sacrifice, it's a return. A return to clarity, to presence, to intentional living. In a world addicted to more, these traditions remind us that the answer isn't outside of us or in what we can accumulate, but within us, in what we can let go. Stoicism taught us to focus only on what's within our control and to remove the unnecessary from our lives, whether physical clutter, mental noise, or unhelpful desires. Taoism reminded us to stop forcing life and instead flow with it, to find peace in simplicity, patience, and harmony with nature. Epicureanism gently guided us to redefine pleasure, not as indulgence but as freedom from craving, and to appreciate the quiet joys that surround us each day. And Zen Buddhism showed us the beauty of emptiness, the transformative power of silence, and the radical peace that can be found in just being fully present. Together, these philosophies don't just help us declutter our homes, they help us declutter our minds, our habits, and our very way of living. They don't ask us to live with less for the sake of minimalism as a trend. They invite us to live with less so we can finally live with more. More clarity, more focus, more joy, and more connection to what truly matters. That's the real difference between philosophical minimalism and the surface-level kind that's often marketed to us today. This isn't about aesthetics. It's not about counting how many items you own or trying to look like you have your life together. It's about making space, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, for what genuinely supports your growth, your peace, and your purpose. It's not a rule book, it's a compass, and if you follow it, you may find that you already have everything you were looking for. You just couldn't see it under the weight of everything else. So here's a final question I want you to carry with you. What could you remove today, physically or mentally, to live a more meaningful life? Not tomorrow, not someday, today. It doesn't have to be drastic. Maybe it's deleting one app, letting go of one grudge, donating one item, saying no to one commitment that doesn't align with who you want to be. Small steps are powerful when they're taken in the right direction. And if you ever forget why this matters, remember these words from Lao Tzu. Be content with what you have. Rejoice in the way things are. When you realize nothing is lacking, the whole world belongs to you. Imagine waking up in a serene space where every item you own has a purpose and a place. Your mind is clear and your heart is light. Now imagine facing the storms of life with an unwavering spirit, knowing that the only things you can control are your thoughts and actions. These seemingly utopian ideas are not out of reach, but are the heart of minimalism and Stoicism, 2 philosophies that, though born centuries apart, converge on the path to a meaningful life. Welcome to Minimalism and Stoicism, letting go for a meaningful life. In this video, we will embark on a journey that peels back the layers of materialism and unravels the wisdom of ancient sages, guiding you towards a life that is not just lived, but cherished. Let's begin by addressing the burgeoning modern minimalist movement. Minimalism is not just an aesthetic, it's a lifestyle. It's about stripping away the unnecessary, the clutter that weighs down our spaces and minds, and focusing on what truly adds value to our lives. Originating in the mid-20th century, minimalism began as an art movement emphasizing simplicity and objectivity. It gradually seeped into various aspects of culture, including architecture, music, and lifestyle. Today, people are embracing minimalism to reclaim their time, space, and mental clarity. They are finding that by letting go of the physical clutter, they are able to foster relationships, pursue passions, and experience a richness that material possessions cannot offer. Now, let us traverse back in time to the bustling streets of ancient Athens, where Stoicism took root around the 3rd century BC. Like minimalism, Stoicism is also about simplifying, but it primarily focuses on internal simplicity. It is a philosophy that teaches the development of self-control, rationality, and virtue as means to achieve a contented life. Stoicism helps individuals differentiate between what is in their control and what is not, advocating for a focus on the former and a detachment from the latter. Through the wisdom of Stoic philosophers like Seneca, Marcus Aurelius, and Epictetus, we learn that contentment does not lie in external circumstances, but in our perceptions and reactions. The thread that binds minimalism and Stoicism is the art of letting go. Minimalism encourages us to let go of physical excesses, while Stoicism imparts the wisdom of letting go of emotional burdens and attachments. Both philosophies converge on the idea that in simplicity and detachment there is freedom. Freedom to pursue a life that is meaningful, purposeful, and contented. In this video, we will take a deep dive into the nuances of both minimalism and Stoicism. We will explore their origins, core principles, and the benefits they bring to the tapestry of human life. We will also compare and contrast these philosophies and discuss practical ways to integrate them into our daily lives. Through case studies and testimonials, we will see how real individuals have transformed their lives by embracing these concepts. Finally, we will reflect on the lessons learned and encourage you to take steps towards adopting aspects of minimalism and Stoicism that resonate with you. Prepare to challenge your notions of what it means to lead a fulfilling life as we embark on this enlightening journey through the realms of minimalism and Stoicism. The road to a meaningful life is paved with intention, virtue, and the courage to let go of the superfluous. Let us walk this path together. Moving forward, let's immerse ourselves in the first part of our discussion, understanding minimalism. The minimalist movement as we know it today was not born in isolation. It has its roots in various art forms, particularly visual arts and music, which emerged in the late 1950s and early 1960s. These art forms emphasized the use of simple elements and rejected the idea that art must be complex to be meaningful. As time progressed, this ideology transitioned into lifestyle. Minimalism as a lifestyle gained traction in the early 2000s as people began to question the consumerist culture that dominated society. They yearned for a simpler, more meaningful way of life, free from the trappings of material possessions. This was the genesis of the modern minimalist movement, a response to the excesses of consumerism and a search for contentment beyond material wealth. Now, let's delve into the core principles that form the bedrock of minimalism. First and foremost, minimalism is about simplification. It's about removing the excess, the unnecessary, and the distractions, and making room for what truly matters. This could mean decluttering your home, streamlining your commitments, or even pruning your social media. It's about creating a space, both physically and mentally, that reflects your values and priorities. The second core principle is intentionality. Minimalism isn't just about getting rid of stuff. It's about making conscious, deliberate decisions about what to keep in your life and what to let go of. It's about asking yourself, does this add value to my life? Does this align with my goals and values? Intentionality is about living with purpose and not on autopilot. It is about making choices that are reflective of the life you want to lead. The third pillar is a focus on quality over quantity. In a consumerist society, we are often led to believe that more is better. Minimalism challenges this notion. It's not about having fewer things for the sake of it, but about having the right things. It's about investing in quality items and relationships that stand the test of time, rather than accumulating a plethora of things that serve no real purpose. With these principles in mind, let's explore the multifaceted benefits of adopting a minimalist lifestyle. First, minimalism can lead to mental clarity. By reducing clutter and distractions, we can create an environment that is conducive to focus and creativity. Our minds are not bogged down by the chaos around us, allowing us to think more clearly and make better decisions. Another profound benefit is financial freedom. By being intentional about our purchases and focusing on quality over quantity, we can significantly reduce unnecessary spending. This can lead to savings, less debt, and the financial freedom to pursue passions and experiences that are truly meaningful. Moreover, minimalism has a positive impact on the environment. By consuming less, we reduce our carbon footprint. The production and disposal of goods are major contributors to environmental degradation. When we choose to live with less and make sustainable choices, we are not only improving our own lives, but also contributing to the well-being of our planet. However, like any movement, minimalism has its share of criticisms and misconceptions. One common criticism is that it is a privilege to be able to choose to live with less, and that this lifestyle is not accessible to everyone. Moreover, some argue that minimalism can become yet another form of consumerism, where individuals continuously replace old items with new, minimalist ones. Additionally, there is a misconception that minimalism means living in deprivation or that it's a one-size-fits-all solution. It is important to recognize that minimalism is a tool, not a rule. It's a means to create a life that reflects your values and priorities, and it can be adapted to suit individual circumstances and preferences. As we dissect these criticisms, it is essential to recognize that minimalism is not about reaching a destination, but rather it is an ongoing journey of self-discovery and intentionality. It is not a prescriptive set of rules, but a flexible philosophy that can be molded to fit various lifestyles and needs. Minimalism does not demand perfection. It encourages progress and consciousness in the choices we make. In the same vein, minimalism should not be viewed solely as a privilege. While it is true that certain aspects of minimalism may be easier to adopt for those in a more stable financial situation, the core principles of intentionality and focus on quality over quantity can be empowering for individuals across socioeconomic backgrounds. It can be about making the most of what one has and finding contentment in simplicity, regardless of the quantity of possessions. Moreover, to address the misconception of minimalism being an austere or deprived way of life, it is crucial to highlight that minimalism is not necessarily about owning a certain number of items. It is about finding what is meaningful and eliminating the excess that detracts from it. For some, this might mean a home with only the essentials, while for others, it might mean a carefully curated collection of items that bring joy and purpose. Minimalism is a rich and dynamic philosophy that goes beyond decluttering. It's about creating a life of intentionality, purpose, and contentment. Through simplification, conscious decision-making, and a focus on quality, minimalism paves the way for mental clarity, financial freedom, and environmental sustainability. However, as with any philosophy, it is not without its criticisms and misconceptions. It is important to approach minimalism with an open mind, recognizing that it is a flexible and adaptable tool for cultivating a meaningful life. As we move forward in our video, we will delve into the ancient wisdom of Stoic philosophy and discover how, like minimalism, it too guides us in letting go of the excess, not just in our physical surroundings, but in our internal landscapes as well. We will explore the synergies and distinctions between these two philosophies and provide practical insights on integrating them into our lives for a more fulfilling existence. Stay tuned as we journey through time and thought, unraveling the threads of minimalism and Stoicism and weaving them into a tapestry of purpose, contentment, and well-being. This is an invitation not just to declutter or to be stoic in the face of adversity, but to awaken to a life that is lived with consciousness, integrity, and depth. May this journey inspire you to reflect, to question, and to embrace the boundless possibilities that lie in the simplicity and wisdom of minimalism and Stoicism. Now, as we transition from the contemporary halls of minimalism, let us travel back in time to the ancient world where Stoicism was born. Stoicism, a school of Hellenistic philosophy, emerged in Athens in the early 3rd century BC. The founder of Stoicism, Zeno of Citium, taught from the Stoa Poikile, a painted porch from which the philosophy derives its name. Stoicism then gained popularity in ancient Rome and became one of the most influential philosophies of the Roman Empire. 3 notable figures dominate the landscape of Stoic philosophy: Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius. Seneca, a Roman statesman and playwright, is known for his essays and letters that explore Stoic ideas in the context of everyday life. Epictetus, born a slave in what is modern-day Turkey, became a prominent Stoic teacher. His discourses and Enchiridion are foundational texts that offer practical advice on living a virtuous life. Lastly, Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor, is often called the philosopher king. His meditations, written during his military campaigns, reflect his innermost thoughts on virtue, duty, and the nature of human existence. As we delve into the core principles of Stoicism, the first that demands our attention is rationality. Stoics believed that reason and logic are the driving forces of the universe. They emphasized using rationality to interpret and navigate the world around us. This rational approach was seen as the path to virtue and tranquility, as it enabled individuals to make decisions aligned with nature and moral goodness. The second principle is control over reactions. Stoics make a clear distinction between what is within our control and what is not. While we cannot control external events, we have absolute control over our thoughts, perceptions, and reactions. By focusing on what we can control and letting go of what we can't, we can maintain equanimity in the face of adversity. The third pillar is the pursuit of virtue as the highest good. Virtue for Stoics is not just moral goodness, but encompasses wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. They believed that a virtuous life in harmony with reason and nature is the key to happiness and contentment. So how can this ancient philosophy help us in coping with adversity? When faced with challenges, Stoicism teaches us to detach from the turmoil and view the situation objectively through the lens of reason. By doing so, we can prevent negative emotions from clouding our judgment and take actions that are in line with our values. It encourages us to see adversities not as misfortunes, but as opportunities for growth and reflection. Now let's fast forward to the present day. It might be an ancient philosophy, but its teachings are timeless and have found a resurgence in modern times. In a world that is increasingly volatile and uncertain, Stoicism provides a compass to navigate through the storms. Its emphasis on rationality and control over reactions is reflected in cognitive behavioral therapy, a widely used psychological treatment. Moreover, in the corporate world, leaders are using Stoic principles to make level-headed decisions and foster resilience within organizations. In personal development, this philosophy offers tools for individuals to build mental fortitude and lead lives of purpose and integrity. It is being integrated into daily routines through journaling, mindfulness, and reflective practices that encourage living in accordance with one's values. In summary, Stoicism, born in ancient Greece and Rome, is a philosophy rich with wisdom. With its core principles of rationality, control over reactions, and pursuit of virtue, it empowers individuals to lead lives of contentment and moral integrity. From the teachings of Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius to its modern applications in psychology and leadership, it can serve as a guiding light in an ever-changing world. As we progress in our exploration, it is important to recognize that Stoicism is not just a set of philosophical musings, it is a call to action. It is a call to cultivate a rational and virtuous mind, to discern what is within our control and to let go of what is not, and to embrace challenges as opportunities for personal growth. It is a call to live not just with intention, but with wisdom. Now, having delved into the depths of Stoic philosophy, we find ourselves at an intriguing crossroads where minimalism and Stoicism intersect. As we shall soon explore, both philosophies, though born in different eras and under different circumstances, converge on the idea of letting go. Letting go of the excess, be it material possessions or mental constructs, and seeking a life that is purposeful, content, and in harmony with our values. In the forthcoming segments, we will compare and contrast these two philosophies, uncover their synergies, and provide insights on how they can be integrated into our lives. We will explore how the simplicity and intentionality of minimalism can be enriched with the wisdom and virtue of Stoicism. Together, these philosophies can form a powerful framework for a life that is not just decluttered or resilient, but profoundly meaningful. As we embark on this exploration, let us do so with an open mind and a curious heart. Let us be willing to question our assumptions, to challenge our patterns, and to embrace new paradigms. Through minimalism and Stoicism, we are invited to embark on a journey that is as much about letting go as it is about discovering what is truly worth holding on to. This journey is not just philosophical, it is deeply personal. It is an invitation to each one of us to reflect on the lives we are leading, on the choices we are making, and on the values we are upholding. It is an invitation to let go of the excess and to embrace the essence, to let go of the noise and to embrace the wisdom, to let go of the ephemeral and to embrace the eternal. Let us walk this path together, with minimalism and Stoicism as our guides, towards a life that is not just lived but cherished, not just endured but celebrated, not just fleeting but meaningful. As we tread the path of exploration, we arrive at a juncture where minimalism and Stoicism stand side by side. These two powerful philosophies, though separated by centuries, share common ground as well as distinct differences. Let us now carefully examine the tapestry they weave together. Let's begin with the similarities. First and foremost, both emphasize the pursuit of simplicity and focus. Minimalism encourages us to simplify our lives by reducing material possessions and decluttering our physical spaces. Stoicism, on the other hand, encourages us to simplify our internal landscapes by practicing rationality and focusing on what is within our control. Both philosophies guide us to strip away the unnecessary so that we can concentrate on what truly matters. The second similarity is the reduction of excess. In minimalism, this manifests as letting go of material possessions that do not add value to our lives. In Stoicism, it is about letting go of excessive desires, emotions, and attachments that cloud our judgment and hinder our pursuit of virtue. Both philosophies recognize that excess, be it in the form of physical clutter or mental turmoil, can be a barrier to living a fulfilled life. The third similarity lies in the emphasis on internal contentment. Minimalism teaches us that happiness does not come from the accumulation of possessions, but from a life lived with intention and purpose. Similarly, Stoicism posits that contentment comes from living in accordance with nature and reason, and not from external accolades or wealth. Now, let's turn our gaze to the differences. The first difference lies in their historical and cultural context. Minimalism emerged as a modern movement primarily in the Western world as a response to consumerism and the overabundance of material possessions. Stoicism, however, has its roots in ancient Greece and Rome and was a philosophical response to the human quest for happiness and virtue in a tumultuous world. The second difference is in scope and application. Minimalism predominantly deals with the physical aspects of our lives, encouraging us to declutter our spaces and be mindful of our consumption. Stoicism, in contrast, is more comprehensive in scope, dealing with not only our external circumstances but also our internal thoughts, emotions, and character. The third difference lies in the underlying motivations. Minimalism is often driven by a desire to create more space, freedom, and focus in one's life. It's about curating one's environment. Stoicism, however, is deeply rooted in moral philosophy. It's about curating one's character and soul. The Stoic is motivated by a sense of duty to live virtuously, in harmony with reason and nature. As we reflect on these similarities and differences, we can see that the philosophies are two sides of the same coin. They both guide us towards a life of simplicity, focus, and contentment, but they do so from different angles and with different tools. Imagine, if you will, minimalism as the vessel that helps us navigate the physical realm, decluttering our spaces and focusing our actions. Stoicism, then, is the compass that guides us through the internal seas, helping us navigate our thoughts, emotions, and character with wisdom and virtue. Together, they form a powerful synergy. By integrating the simplicity and intentionality of minimalism with the wisdom and virtue of Stoicism, we can create a life that is not only uncluttered and focused, but also deeply meaningful and aligned with our highest values. Let's not limit ourselves to choosing one philosophy over the other. Instead, let us embrace them both as complementary guides. Let the vessel of minimalism carry us forward, while the compass of Stoicism keeps us on a course that is true to who we are and what we value. Before we move on, let us pause for a moment and reflect. Reflect on the spaces we inhabit and the possessions we surround ourselves with. Are they serving a purpose, or are they mere clutter? Now turn the gaze inward. Reflect on our thoughts, emotions, and actions. Are they aligned with our values, or are they in disarray? As we progress, let's carry with us the essence of minimalism's call to simplicity and Stoicism's beckon for wisdom. Let's be architects, meticulously designing a life that resonates with our soul's yearning for meaning and contentment. The two philosophies, while distinct in their origins, scopes, and motivations, converge in guiding us towards a life that is stripped of excess and rich in essence. Minimalism invites us to clear our external world, and Stoicism challenges us to master our internal domain. In their confluence, we find a path that leads not just to simplicity or wisdom, but to a life that is profoundly meaningful. As we stand at the crossroads of these two philosophies, we have the power and the tools to shape our journey, a journey that is as unique as each one of us, but unified in its pursuit of a more meaningful and contented life. This journey is not always easy. It demands reflection, action, and sometimes the courage to let go. But as we walk this path with each step, we create a tapestry that is woven with the threads of simplicity, wisdom, purpose, and contentment. Let's carry forward the torches of minimalism and Stoicism as we step into the realms of practical application. With open hearts and curious minds, let us explore, integrate, and embody the teachings of these time-honored philosophies. As we tread forward, let us do so with gratitude. Gratitude for the wisdom that has been passed down through the ages, and for the opportunity to weave it into the fabric of our lives. In the next segment, we will delve into the practical application of these philosophies. We will explore strategies, tips, and reflections to help you integrate minimalism and Stoicism into your life, crafting a tapestry that is not only simple and wise, but deeply, profoundly meaningful. As we navigate through the rich tapestry woven by minimalism and Stoicism, we now arrive at a crucial point in our journey, the integration of these philosophies into our daily lives. This is where the rubber meets the road, where theory transforms into practice, and where we take our first steps towards a more meaningful life. Let's start with the practical steps to apply minimalist principles in daily life. First, declutter your physical space. Take an inventory of your possessions and ask yourself if they serve a purpose or bring joy. If not, it might be time to let them go. This process can be gradual. Start with one room or even one drawer and build from there. Second, be intentional with your consumption. Before making a purchase, consider whether the item is necessary and aligns with your values. This mindset can be extended to other aspects of life, like commitments and relationships. Lastly, focus on quality over quantity. Invest in experiences and relationships that enrich your life. This doesn't necessarily mean monetary investment, but rather an investment of time and attention. Now, let's explore how to incorporate Stoic philosophy in decision-making and reactions. First, practice the dichotomy of control. Recognize what you can and cannot control. You can't control external events, but you can control your reactions and decisions. When faced with a challenge, ask yourself what aspects are within your control and focus on those. Second, reflect on your values and let them guide your decisions. Stoicism teaches us that virtue is the highest good. Make decisions that are aligned with honesty, integrity, and compassion. Finally, practice mindfulness and self-reflection. Regularly take time to reflect on your actions, decisions, and emotions. This practice helps in cultivating rationality and emotional resilience. Moving forward, how can we balance minimalism and Stoicism for personal development? The key is integration. Use minimalism to create an environment that supports your values and goals, and use Stoicism to cultivate a mindset that is resilient, focused, and virtuous. It's also important to recognize that minimalism and Stoicism are not all-or-nothing approaches. They are flexible and can be adapted to your personal circumstances and goals. Take small steps, be consistent, and be open to adjusting your approach as you grow and learn. To bring this into perspective, let's look at real-life examples of people who have integrated both philosophies. Consider the story of Joshua Fields Milburn and Ryan Nicodemus, collectively known as the Minimalists. They both left their corporate careers, which were abundant in material possessions but lacking in meaning. Through minimalism, they simplified their lives. Alongside, they integrated Stoic principles by focusing on what was within their control and aligning their lives with their values. Another example is Tim Ferriss, an entrepreneur and author who has openly talked about how Stoicism has influenced his life and decision-making. He has also embraced minimalism, focusing on essential activities and relationships that align with his values. Integrating minimalism and Stoicism can be a powerful catalyst for personal development and a more meaningful life. By simplifying our external environment through minimalism and cultivating a resilient and virtuous mindset through Stoicism, we can create a life that is not just clutter-free, but also rich in purpose and contentment. As we conclude this section, I invite you to take a step back and reflect on what resonates with you from both minimalism and Stoicism. Consider how you can integrate these principles into your own life and how they can serve as tools for personal growth and fulfillment. Let's continue on this path together, embracing the wisdom and practicality that minimalism and Stoicism have to offer. Let's explore the numerous ways these philosophies can enrich our lives, help us in letting go of the excess, and cultivate a deep sense of meaning. But before we proceed, let's acknowledge that while the journey towards integrating minimalism and Stoicism can be incredibly rewarding, it is not without its challenges. It requires diligence, commitment, and sometimes a willingness to step out of our comfort zones. It is also vital to recognize that this integration is not a destination, but rather an ongoing journey of growth and evolution. Our understanding and application of these philosophies will change and evolve as we do. There's no one-size-fits-all, and there's no endpoint where we have achieved minimalism or Stoicism. They are companions in our lifelong journey towards self-actualization. As we walk this path, let's also remember to be compassionate and patient with ourselves. Changes, especially those that affect our lifestyles and thought processes, take time. There will be days when we stumble, and that's okay. What's important is that we pick ourselves up, learn from these experiences, and continue forward with renewed vigor and clarity. In this journey, we are not alone. There are countless individuals who have embarked on similar paths, integrating minimalism and Stoicism in their quest for a more meaningful life. We can learn from their experiences, draw inspiration from their stories, and find solace in the knowledge that our pursuit of meaning and contentment is a shared human endeavor. As we tread further in our exploration, let us cross continents and time to delve into the rich tapestry of Eastern philosophies and religions. The East, with its millennia of history and thought, has much to offer when it comes to the pursuit of a meaningful life. Interestingly, minimalism and Stoicism find kinship in several Eastern concepts. Let's discover these beautiful parallels and see how they can enrich our lives. Buddhism. One of the central tenets of Buddhism is the middle way. This concept advocates for a path of moderation and avoidance of extremes, which is remarkably akin to minimalism. The middle way suggests that by not indulging in either excess or austerity, we can achieve a balanced life, conducive to spiritual enrichment. Buddhism also presents the Four Noble Truths and the Noble Eightfold Path, which serve as guides to living free from attachments, a principle that resonates with Stoic ideals. The Four Noble Truths diagnose human suffering and its causes, while the Noble Eightfold Path offers a prescription through right conduct, right motive, and right mindfulness. Speaking of mindfulness, Buddhism has an age-old tradition of mindfulness and meditation. These practices align with Stoic mindfulness in helping individuals to focus on the present moment and what truly matters. Meditation cultivates awareness and equanimity, helping us let go of transient emotions and focus on our inner selves. Taoism. Moving on to Taoism, let's discuss the Tao and Wu Wei. Taoism emphasizes simplicity, naturalness, and non-action principles that resemble minimalism. Wu Wei means non-action or non-doing. It doesn't mean not acting, but rather taking action that is in harmony with the natural flow of things. It is about effortless action and simplicity in living. In Taoism, there is also the concept of yin and yang, which represents balance and harmony in nature. This balance is crucial in Taoist thought and closely relates to minimalism and Stoicism, where balance in one's life and emotions is sought. Another aspect is living in accordance with nature. Taoism encourages harmonious living with the Tao, which is the fundamental principle that is the source of everything. This notion closely resembles the Stoic idea of living in accordance with nature to achieve virtue and contentment. Hinduism. Hinduism, another ancient Eastern religion, speaks volumes about dharma and simplicity. Dharma, often referred to as moral duty, is a path where simplicity and focus are vital. Following one's dharma means living a life with purpose and ethical standards, which can be compared to the minimalist focus on intentionality. Hindu philosophy also emphasizes non-attachment. This concept, similar to Stoic detachment, encourages individuals not to be bound by material possessions or transient emotions. Moreover, yoga and meditation in Hinduism are not just physical exercises, but practices aimed at self-realization and aligning oneself with inner virtues. This is very akin to Stoic self-reflection and aligning oneself with rationality and virtue. Lastly, let us consider Confucianism, which has a profound influence on Eastern thought. The doctrine of the mean in Confucianism advocates for balance and moderation, reflecting minimalist principles. Confucianism also emphasizes Ren, which means humaneness, and Li, which refers to ritual and proper conduct. These concepts focus on moral virtues and proper conduct in society, resonating with Stoic virtues. Moreover, Confucianism emphasizes social harmony and the importance of relationships. This reflects the Stoic emphasis on community engagement and understanding that we are part of a larger whole. In conclusion, minimalism and Stoicism find deep connections with Eastern philosophies and religions. The Eastern concepts of balance, moderation, mindfulness, and non-attachment are echoed in the principles of minimalism and Stoicism. Both Eastern and Western philosophies guide us in shedding excesses and focusing on what's essential for a harmonious life. What makes Eastern thought particularly enriching is its focus on inner development, social harmony, and the interconnectedness of all things. These teachings can be a bountiful source of wisdom for anyone seeking to lead a more meaningful and contented life. As we have seen, minimalism asks of us to declutter our lives of material excess and focus on quality over quantity. Stoicism teaches us to be rational, control our reactions, and see virtue as the highest good. Eastern philosophies, with their diverse array of teachings, offer a treasure trove of wisdom on how to lead a life in harmony with nature and our inner selves. As you go about your daily life, consider how you might integrate these philosophies. Perhaps adopt mindfulness practices from Buddhism, the effortless action of Taoism's Wu Wei, the moral compass of Hindu Dharma, or the social virtues of Confucianism. Combine these with the clarity of minimalism and the rationality of Stoicism. Let us not see these philosophies as separate, but as complementary colors on a palette with which we can paint our lives. By drawing inspiration from both East and West, we can build a bridge of understanding and wisdom that spans cultures and ages. Look for real-life examples, and you'll find many. There are countless unsung heroes who lead lives of simplicity, virtue, and balance. They are content and fulfilled, not because they have much, but because they know what truly matters. This integration is not a destination, but a journey. As Lao Tzu said, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Let this knowledge be that step for you. Embrace the teachings of the East and the West. Simplify, rationalize, harmonize, and find your middle way. This path may not always be easy. It may require sacrifices and tough choices, but in the end, it offers something priceless. A life lived with purpose, contentment, and a deep connection to the world around us. As we draw the curtains on this enriching journey through minimalism, Stoicism, and Eastern philosophies, let's take a moment to reflect upon the tapestry of wisdom we've unfurled. We began with an introduction to minimalism, understanding its origins and core principles of simplification, intentionality, and focus on quality over quantity. We discovered the myriad benefits of adopting a minimalist lifestyle, including mental clarity, financial freedom, and environmental sustainability, and addressed some criticisms and misconceptions. Turning the pages back in history, we delved into the profound depths of Stoic philosophy. Originating in ancient Greece and Rome, Stoicism taught us the importance of rationality, control over reactions, and virtue as the highest good through the words of philosophers like Seneca, Marcus Aurelius, and Epictetus. We explored how Stoicism offers tools for coping with adversity and continues to find relevance in modern times. Our journey then took us to the crossroads where minimalism and Stoicism meet. We observed their striking similarities in the pursuit of simplicity, focus, and internal contentment, as well as their differences in historical context, scope, and underlying motivations. We pondered on how these philosophies, though different, converge in guiding us towards a more meaningful existence by reducing excesses in our lives. Further, we delved into the practical integration of minimalism and Stoicism in our daily lives. We discussed how we can apply minimalist principles to declutter not just our physical spaces, but also our minds. We also explored how to incorporate Stoic philosophy in our decision-making processes and reactions to events around us. We witnessed real-life examples of individuals who have harmoniously blended both philosophies for personal development. Our exploration didn't end there. It broadened as we navigated the seas to eastern shores. We dipped our toes into the richness of Eastern philosophies and religions and their parallels with minimalism and Stoicism. From the middle way in Buddhism, Tao and Wu Wei in Taoism, Dharma in Hinduism, to the doctrine of the mean in Confucianism, we discovered a plethora of teachings that resonate with minimalism and Stoicism. I encourage you to not let this be the end, but rather the beginning of your own exploration. Take the wisdom from minimalism and Stoicism and see how you can weave them into the fabric of your daily life. Experiment with what resonates with you, and don't be afraid to mold them according to your personal context. The pursuit of a meaningful and contented life is a path that is as diverse as humanity itself. There isn't a one-size-fits-all answer. It's a continuous process of learning, unlearning, and relearning. It's a garden where seeds of wisdom from different philosophies can be sown, and with nurturing, can flourish into a life that is rich, fulfilling, and aligned with one's values and virtues. It's imperative to understand that the material possessions we accumulate, the accolades we garner, or the societal standards we often measure ourselves against are transient. What endures is the contentment and fulfillment that come from leading a life grounded in simplicity, virtue, and purpose. In conclusion, let's carry the torch of wisdom that has been passed down through millennia. Let's be torchbearers who illuminate our paths and those of others. Be explorers, be learners, but above all, be seekers of meaning. As you move forward, may your life be like a well-written book, one that is not judged by the thickness of its volume, but by the richness of its content. May minimalism, Stoicism, and the wisdom of Eastern philosophies be the ink that inscribes each page of your life with purpose, contentment, and fulfillment. As the Stoic philosopher Seneca once said, "As long as you live, keep learning how to live." Let's keep learning, keep evolving, and most importantly, keep sailing in this ocean of existence with wisdom as our compass and virtue as our anchor. Thank you for embarking on this journey with me. May your path be illuminated with clarity, and may your heart be your guide in the pursuit of a meaningful and contented life. Imagine facing tremendous challenges and adversity, only to emerge stronger and wiser on the other side. What if you could tap into an ancient source of wisdom to guide you through life's trials and tribulations? Today, we're going to explore the teachings of a great Roman emperor and philosopher, Marcus Aurelius, and discover how his timeless wisdom can help us build resilience and inner strength in the face of adversity. Marcus Aurelius, a renowned Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor, is often referred to as the philosopher king. Despite being one of the most powerful men in the world during his time, he faced numerous struggles and hardships, from political upheaval to personal loss. Amidst these challenges, he penned his deeply introspective and insightful book, Meditations, as a means of self-improvement and reflection. Comprised of his personal thoughts and observations, this iconic work has inspired countless individuals over the centuries, providing guidance on how to live a virtuous and fulfilling life. In today's fast-paced and often uncertain world, resilience and inner strength are qualities that have become more important than ever before. We're constantly bombarded by change, whether it's in our careers, relationships, or personal lives. But what if we could learn to navigate these changes with grace and wisdom, transforming adversity into an opportunity for growth and self-discovery? This is where Marcus Aurelius's Meditations comes into play. As a Stoic, Marcus Aurelius believed in the importance of cultivating inner virtues and practicing self-mastery. He believed that by focusing on the things we can control, our thoughts, emotions, and actions, we can overcome external circumstances and maintain a sense of balance and equanimity. In essence, Stoicism teaches us to be the architects of our own happiness and well-being, regardless of the challenges we face. What can we learn from this great philosopher? In this video, we're going to delve into the pages of Meditations and uncover 10 timeless life lessons that will help us develop resilience and inner strength. These lessons will not only provide practical advice for managing difficult situations, but also inspire us to cultivate a more resilient mindset in our daily lives. By applying the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius, we can become better equipped to handle adversity, grow from our experiences, and ultimately lead a more fulfilling and contented life. As we journey through these 10 lessons, we'll explore the importance of controlling our thoughts and perceptions, accepting what we cannot change, focusing on the present moment, cultivating humility and empathy, and much more. Each of these lessons is grounded in the Stoic principles that Marcus Aurelius espoused and practiced throughout his life, offering a roadmap for navigating life's challenges with resilience, wisdom, and inner strength. Whether you're facing personal struggles, professional setbacks, or simply looking for guidance on how to lead a more balanced and fulfilling life, the teachings of Marcus Aurelius can serve as a powerful source of inspiration and wisdom. Lesson 1. Control your perception. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. Our perception of the world around us shapes our reality. It influences how we react to situations, how we interact with others, and ultimately, how we feel about ourselves. Marcus Aurelius's quote serves as a powerful reminder that we need to be mindful of our thoughts and perceptions. By recognizing that our interpretations of events are not absolute truths, but rather subjective perspectives, we can start to take control of our emotional responses and thought patterns, leading to greater resilience and inner strength. Controlling our thoughts and perceptions begins with self-awareness. It's essential to monitor our thoughts and identify when we may be engaging in negative or unhelpful thinking patterns. Once we become aware of these patterns, we can actively work to replace them with more constructive, rational perspectives. One practical tip for practicing this skill is to engage in daily mindfulness exercises. Mindfulness involves focusing on the present moment without judgment, allowing us to observe our thoughts and emotions as they arise without becoming overly attached or reactive. By practicing mindfulness, we can develop greater self-awareness and learn to recognize when we need to shift our perceptions. Another technique to help control your perception is to challenge your thoughts through cognitive restructuring. This involves identifying any negative or irrational thoughts, then actively questioning and replacing them with more balanced and rational alternatives. For example, if you find yourself thinking, "I'm a failure because I didn't get that promotion," try to reframe the thought as, "I may not have gotten the promotion this time, but it doesn't define my worth or abilities. I can learn from this experience and continue to grow professionally." Finally, surrounding yourself with positive influences can also help you control your perceptions. Seek out friends, mentors, or role models who embody the values and attitudes you want to cultivate within yourself. Engaging in uplifting conversations and activities can help reinforce a more optimistic and constructive mindset. In summary, controlling our perceptions is a crucial step in building resilience and inner strength. By practicing self-awareness, mindfulness, cognitive restructuring, and surrounding ourselves with positive influences, we can train our minds to see the world through a more balanced and constructive lens. This shift in perspective can empower us to overcome adversity and face life's challenges with greater confidence and composure. Remember, as Marcus Aurelius wisely stated, our perceptions are not absolute truths, and we have the power to shape them to our advantage. Lesson 2. Accept what you cannot change. Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart. One of the most powerful lessons Marcus Aurelius teaches us is the importance of acceptance and letting go of what we cannot control. This is a fundamental principle of Stoicism and a key aspect of building resilience and inner strength. When we learn to embrace the unpredictability of life and accept circumstances beyond our control, we can focus our energy on what truly matters: our thoughts, emotions, and actions. Acceptance allows us to make peace with the present moment and find contentment despite life's inevitable ups and downs. By letting go of our need for control, we free ourselves from the burden of worry, anxiety, and frustration, making it easier to navigate challenging situations with grace and wisdom. To adopt this mindset, start by recognizing the aspects of your life that are beyond your control. Make a list of situations, events, or circumstances that you have no power over and practice accepting them as they are. This exercise can help you become more aware of the difference between what you can and cannot control, allowing you to let go of any unproductive attempts to change what is out of your hands. Another helpful technique is to practice the art of non-attachment. Non-attachment involves acknowledging and appreciating the impermanent nature of life. By understanding that everything is transient and subject to change, we can develop a more balanced perspective and learn to accept the natural ebb and flow of life. When faced with a challenging situation, remind yourself that this too shall pass, and try to approach it with an open heart and mind. Meditation can also be a valuable tool for promoting acceptance. By setting aside time each day to quiet your mind and observe your thoughts and emotions, you can develop a greater understanding of your reactions to life's challenges. This increased self-awareness can make it easier to recognize when you're struggling to accept what you cannot change and help you shift towards a more accepting mindset. Learning to accept what we cannot change is a critical aspect of building resilience and inner strength. By practicing awareness, non-attachment, and meditation, we can develop a more balanced and accepting perspective on life. Embracing this mindset not only enables us to face adversity with grace and wisdom, but also allows us to appreciate the beauty and richness of life. As Marcus Aurelius so eloquently expressed in his quote, "Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart." Lesson 3. Focus on the present moment. Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment. Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the importance of living in the present moment and not allowing ourselves to become consumed by the past or future. By concentrating our minds on the here and now, we can experience life more fully and develop a greater sense of inner peace and contentment. Focusing on the present moment has numerous benefits, including reduced stress and anxiety, increased self-awareness, and improved mental well-being. When we practice mindfulness and being present, we allow ourselves to truly engage with our experiences and emotions instead of being constantly distracted by past regrets or future worries. This heightened sense of awareness enables us to gain a deeper understanding of ourselves and our environment, fostering personal growth and self-discovery. One way to develop the habit of being present is by engaging in mindfulness meditation. This form of meditation involves observing your thoughts and emotions without judgment, allowing you to become fully immersed in the present moment. To practice mindfulness meditation, simply find a quiet space, sit comfortably, and bring your attention to your breath. As thoughts and emotions arise, acknowledge them without judgment, and gently guide your focus back to your breath. This practice can be done for as little as 5 minutes a day and can have a profound impact on your overall well-being. Another technique to help you focus on the present moment is to incorporate mindful activities into your daily routine. This can include practices such as mindful eating, where you savor each bite and pay attention to the flavors and textures of your food, or mindful walking, where you observe your surroundings and the sensations of your body as you move. By integrating mindfulness into everyday activities, you can develop a greater appreciation for the present moment and become more in tune with your thoughts and emotions. Consider setting aside time each day for reflection and self-assessment. Journaling can be an effective way to process your experiences, emotions, and thoughts, helping you become more aware of the present moment. By reflecting on your day and identifying patterns in your thoughts and behaviors, you can gain valuable insights that can help you stay focused on the present and make more conscious choices moving forward. Lesson 4. Cultivate humility and empathy. Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize? Humility and empathy are essential virtues for building resilience and inner strength. They help us develop stronger relationships, create a more compassionate mindset, and foster greater self-awareness. Marcus Aurelius' quote serves as a reminder that before we judge or criticize others, we must first reflect on our own imperfections and strive to understand the experiences and feelings of those around us. Practicing humility involves recognizing that we are not infallible and that we can learn from others regardless of their status or background. By adopting a humble attitude, we become more open to feedback and personal growth, enabling us to overcome challenges and adapt to new situations more effectively. To practice humility in your daily life, make an effort to listen more and speak less. Pay attention to the ideas and opinions of others and be open to the possibility that you may be wrong or have something to learn from them. Additionally, be willing to admit your mistakes and take responsibility for your actions. This willingness to be vulnerable can help you grow as a person and develop a more resilient mindset. Empathy, on the other hand, involves putting yourself in another person's shoes and trying to understand their feelings, thoughts, and experiences. This ability to connect with others on a deeper level can help you navigate difficult situations and foster stronger relationships, ultimately making you more resilient in the face of adversity. To develop empathy, practice active listening when conversing with others. Give them your full attention and strive to understand their perspective without judgment. Ask open-ended questions to encourage deeper sharing and show genuine interest in their feelings and experiences. Volunteering or engaging in acts of service can also help you build empathy. Helping others, especially those in need or facing challenges, can provide you with a greater understanding of their experiences and emotions, fostering a deeper sense of compassion and empathy. Humility and empathy are key components of building resilience and inner strength. By practicing active listening, engaging in self-reflection, and participating in activities that foster compassion, we can develop a more empathetic and humble outlook on life. Lesson 5. Practice gratitude. When you rise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love. Marcus Aurelius reminds us of the power and importance of gratitude in our lives. By focusing on the blessings we have and appreciating the beauty of life, we can foster a more positive mindset, enhance our well-being, and build resilience in the face of challenges. There are numerous benefits to embracing gratitude. Studies have shown that people who regularly express gratitude experience increased happiness, improved mental health, stronger relationships, and even better physical health. Grateful individuals tend to be more optimistic, have lower levels of stress and anxiety, and are better equipped to handle difficult situations. To integrate gratitude into your daily life, consider starting a gratitude journal. Each day, write down 3 things you are grateful for, no matter how big or small. This simple practice can help you shift your focus from the negative aspects of life to the positive, enabling you to recognize and appreciate the good things that are often overlooked. Another way to practice gratitude is to express your appreciation to others. Take the time to thank friends, family, and colleagues for their support, kindness, and understanding. By acknowledging the value of their contributions to your life, you not only strengthen your relationships, but also reinforce your own sense of gratitude. Additionally, make a habit of reflecting on your achievements and accomplishments, as well as the challenges you've overcome. Recognizing your personal growth and the lessons you've learned can help you appreciate the journey you've taken, fostering a deeper sense of gratitude for the experiences that have shaped you. Mindfulness can also play a role in developing gratitude. By paying attention to the present moment, you can notice the small joys and pleasures that often go unnoticed, such as the warmth of the sun on your face or the laughter of a loved one. By savoring these moments, you can nurture a greater sense of gratitude for the simple gifts life has to offer. Practicing gratitude is a powerful way to enhance your overall well-being, foster a positive mindset, and build resilience. By maintaining a gratitude journal, expressing appreciation to others, reflecting on personal growth, and practicing mindfulness, you can develop a deeper sense of gratitude for life's many blessings. Lesson 6. Embrace adversity as an opportunity for growth. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. In this powerful lesson, Marcus Aurelius teaches us to view adversity not as an insurmountable obstacle, but as an opportunity for personal growth and self-improvement. By shifting our perspective on challenges and setbacks, we can develop greater resilience and inner strength, allowing us to overcome even the most difficult situations. Challenges can be opportunities for personal growth in several ways. They can help us build new skills, gain valuable experience, and learn more about ourselves and our capabilities. Additionally, overcoming adversity can foster a greater sense of self-confidence, as we recognize our ability to navigate difficult situations and emerge stronger on the other side. To reframe adversity as a chance to learn and grow, start by adopting a growth mindset. A growth mindset is the belief that our abilities and intelligence can be developed through dedication and hard work. When faced with a challenge, ask yourself what skills or knowledge you can acquire from the experience and how it can help you become a better, more capable person. Another technique to help you embrace adversity as an opportunity for growth is to practice reframing negative thoughts. When encountering a difficult situation, try to identify the negative thoughts that arise and consciously shift them into more positive, empowering statements. For example, if you find yourself thinking, "I'll never be able to handle this," reframe it as, "This is a challenging situation, but I can learn and grow from it." You can also seek inspiration from the stories of others who have overcome adversity and achieved personal growth. Research the lives of famous figures, read biographies, or listen to podcasts about individuals who have faced significant challenges and used them as stepping stones to success. These examples can serve as a powerful reminder of the potential for growth and transformation that lies within every obstacle. Lastly, consider seeking support from friends, family, or professional counselors when faced with adversity. Surrounding yourself with a supportive network can provide valuable encouragement, advice, and perspective, helping you to view challenges as opportunities for growth rather than insurmountable barriers. Embracing adversity as an opportunity for growth is a key component of building resilience and inner strength. By adopting a growth mindset, practicing reframing, seeking inspiration, and leaning on a support network, we can learn to view challenges as chances to learn, grow, and become better versions of ourselves. Lesson 7. Be guided by reason. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Marcus Aurelius highlights the crucial role that rational thinking and logic play in our overall happiness and ability to overcome adversity. By guiding our thoughts and actions with reason, we can make more informed decisions, manage our emotions more effectively, and navigate challenges with greater clarity and resilience. Rational thinking is important in overcoming adversity because it enables us to objectively assess a situation, identify potential solutions, and weigh the pros and cons of each option. By approaching challenges with a logical mindset, we can minimize the influence of impulsive emotions such as fear or anger, which can often cloud our judgment and lead to poor decision-making. One way to develop rational thinking is by practicing critical thinking skills. This involves questioning assumptions, evaluating evidence, and considering alternative viewpoints. When faced with a difficult situation, take a step back and ask yourself what assumptions you might be making, whether there is sufficient evidence to support your beliefs, and if there are any alternative explanations or solutions that you may have overlooked. Another strategy for cultivating rational thinking is to engage in regular self-reflection. By periodically examining our thoughts, beliefs, and actions, we can gain a deeper understanding of our motivations, biases, and thought patterns. This self-awareness can help us recognize when our thinking may be influenced by emotions or false assumptions, allowing us to redirect our thoughts toward a more logical and reasoned approach. It's also important to practice emotional regulation, as strong emotions can often interfere with rational thinking. Techniques such as mindfulness meditation, deep breathing exercises can help you manage your emotions more effectively, creating the mental space needed for clear, logical thinking. Finally, consider seeking out opportunities to learn and develop your problem-solving skills. Engage in activities that challenge your mind, such as solving puzzles, playing strategy games, or participating in debates. These experiences can help sharpen your logical thinking abilities and enhance your capacity to approach adversity with reason and clarity. Being guided by reason is a vital component of overcoming adversity and building resilience. By practicing critical thinking, engaging in self-reflection, managing emotions, and honing problem-solving skills, we can develop a more rational mindset that allows us to navigate life's challenges with greater clarity and success. Lesson 8. Cultivate inner peace. The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the profound impact our thoughts have on our emotional state and inner peace. Cultivating inner peace is essential in building resilience and maintaining emotional balance, as it allows us to navigate challenges more effectively and maintain a sense of calm in the face of adversity. Inner peace is important for several reasons. First, it helps us manage stress and anxiety more effectively. When we are at peace with ourselves, we are better equipped to handle the pressures and uncertainties that life inevitably presents. This emotional balance can help prevent burnout, reduce the risk of mental health issues, and promote overall well-being. Second, inner peace allows us to think more clearly and make better decisions. When our minds are not clouded by emotional turbulence, we can approach challenges with a greater sense of clarity and focus, allowing us to develop more effective solutions and strategies. An effective way for cultivating inner peace is engaging in activities that bring you joy and relaxation. This might include spending time in nature, pursuing hobbies, or connecting with loved ones. Prioritizing self-care and nurturing activities can help replenish your emotional reserves and promote a sense of balance and tranquility. It's also essential to develop healthy coping mechanisms for managing stress and negative emotions. This might involve practicing deep breathing exercises or engaging in physical activity such as yoga or walking. These techniques can help release tension and restore emotional equilibrium. Lastly, consider adopting a regular gratitude practice, as discussed earlier. By focusing on the positives in your life and expressing gratitude for the blessings you have, you can foster a more optimistic outlook and cultivate a sense of inner peace. Lesson 9. Practice detachment. Attach yourself to what is spiritually superior, regardless of what other people think or do. In this lesson, Marcus Aurelius encourages us to practice detachment from external events and circumstances. By focusing on our inner values and spiritual growth, rather than seeking validation or fulfillment from external sources, we can develop greater resilience and inner strength. The benefits of detachment are numerous. Detachment allows us to maintain a sense of equanimity and emotional stability, even in the face of adversity or challenging situations. It also helps us avoid becoming overly attached to outcomes, possessions, or the opinions of others, which can lead to stress, anxiety, and disappointment. To cultivate detachment in daily life, begin by becoming more mindful of your thoughts and reactions to external events. Pay attention to how you respond to situations and practice observing your emotions and thoughts without becoming overly attached or identified with them. This increased self-awareness can help you recognize when you may be overly invested in external circumstances and make a conscious effort to shift your focus inward. Another tip for practicing detachment is to regularly remind yourself of the impermanent nature of life. Recognize that possessions, relationships, and circumstances are all subject to change, and that seeking lasting happiness from these sources is ultimately futile. Instead, strive to find inner contentment and fulfillment by focusing on your personal growth, values, and spirituality. Developing a strong sense of self and knowing your core values can also help you cultivate detachment. When you have a clear understanding of what truly matters to you, it becomes easier to let go of external factors that may not align with your values. Spend time reflecting on your core beliefs and use them as a guiding force in your decision-making and actions. Lastly, engage in regular spiritual or reflective practices such as meditation, journaling, or prayer. These practices can help you deepen your connection to your inner self, promoting a sense of detachment from external influences and fostering a greater focus on personal growth and spiritual development. Practicing detachment from external events and circumstances can be a powerful tool for building resilience and inner strength. By cultivating mindfulness, embracing impermanence, understanding your values, and engaging in spiritual practices, you can develop a sense of detachment that allows you to navigate life's challenges with greater grace and equanimity. Lesson 10. Keep moving forward. Do not indulge in dreams of having what you have not, but reckon up the chief of the blessings you do possess, and then thankfully remember how you would crave for them if they were not yours. In this final lesson, Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the importance of perseverance and forward momentum in overcoming adversity. By focusing on the blessings we already have and maintaining a growth mindset, we can continue to progress and evolve, even in the face of challenges. Perseverance is crucial in overcoming adversity because it enables us to push through obstacles, learn from setbacks, and keep moving toward our goals. By maintaining a forward momentum, we can build resilience and inner strength, as well as develop the skills and experience necessary to navigate future challenges. To maintain motivation and a growth mindset, start by setting clear, achievable goals that align with your values and passions. By having a clear vision of what you want to achieve, you can stay focused and motivated, even when faced with obstacles or setbacks. Break your goals down into smaller, manageable steps and celebrate your progress along the way to maintain motivation. Another suggestion for maintaining motivation is to practice self-compassion. Recognize that setbacks and challenges are a natural part of life and treat yourself with kindness and understanding when you encounter difficulties. By cultivating self-compassion, you can maintain a positive attitude and stay motivated to continue moving forward, even when faced with adversity. Additionally, surrounding yourself with supportive and like-minded individuals can help you maintain motivation and a growth mindset. Seek out friends, mentors, or support groups that share your values and goals, and draw inspiration and encouragement from their successes and experiences. Finally, take time to regularly reflect on your progress and accomplishments. Acknowledge the obstacles you've overcome, the skills you've acquired, and the growth you've experienced along the way. This reflection can help you maintain a sense of forward momentum and inspire you to continue pushing through challenges and pursuing your goals. Maintaining perseverance and forward momentum is essential in overcoming adversity and building resilience. By setting clear goals, practicing self-compassion, surrounding yourself with support, and reflecting on your progress, you can maintain motivation and continue moving forward, no matter the challenges life may present. We have explored 10 powerful life lessons from Marcus Aurelius' meditations that can help us build resilience and inner strength. These lessons have offered us invaluable insights into controlling our perceptions, accepting what we cannot change, focusing on the present moment, developing humility and empathy, practicing gratitude, embracing adversity as an opportunity for growth, being guided by reason, cultivating inner peace, practicing detachment, and maintaining forward momentum. By integrating these timeless teachings into our daily lives, we can foster personal growth, overcome adversity, and live more fulfilling, purpose-driven lives. It is important to remember that building resilience and inner strength is a lifelong journey, and implementing these lessons takes time, practice, and dedication. As you continue to face challenges and setbacks, draw upon the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius and strive to embody the principles he so eloquently shared in his meditations. By doing so, you will not only become more resilient and resourceful in the face of adversity, but will also discover a greater sense of inner peace, purpose, and fulfillment. As we part ways, I encourage you to reflect on these 10 life lessons and consider how you can apply them in your own life. As you embark on this journey of personal growth and self-discovery, remember that the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius is a timeless guide that can help you navigate life's challenges with grace, wisdom, and resilience. In the words of the great Stoic philosopher himself, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. By incorporating these lessons into your daily life, you can positively shape the quality of your thoughts and cultivate the resilience and inner strength necessary to thrive in an ever-changing world. May you find strength, inspiration, and growth through the teachings of Marcus Aurelius, and may your journey towards resilience and inner strength be one of deep self-discovery, fulfillment, and lasting happiness.